Cheng Sala Watan Chu Chan Shapa Tan Ji Su Ye Kur Jiang Surwa Ye Gewa Chong Zai Daki Che Sa Pa Tham Che De Daki Chang Che Shen Ngo O Sa Je Fu Ju Ju Kan Me To Tram Ra Lang Ji Nyer Di Gyam Ban De San Gi Jiang To Mik Te Purwa Yi Do Kun Nam Ta Jiang La Sho Par Sho Etam Guru Rana Mandala Kanar Yata Yame Che Nam Ji Samba Tang Lo Yi Chep Che Ta Var Che Chong Tomo Tha Ba Yi Chu Ji Ko Lo Ko To So Tu Sum San Yi Tam Sha Chi Ngo Wo Ngari Tang Chen Kor Jam Su Kyab Da Ka Ten Song Da Mam Chi Ba Jip Tsun Huan Kun Tsa Yu La Ma Rum Bo Chi Jab Ki Pa Mo Dur Me Chang Cha Ma Tang Char Wa La Go Sum Gu Ba Che Mu Go Ni Sheng Tsa Kyab Su Ni Wen Che Ho Shin Gi La Paran Za To Oi Sol Kang Ke Jia Zang Ta Vi Meng Mu Ke Sren Zem Ben Dang Cha Chang Sang Hui Zem Zhe Zo Sa Rogun mi ke dar tsaren gyur tukjin dhamma kuni gyuran chitan somji kongkyap Tawang bama garu japa terang dalu yen sor kyong Orgin solang bami dongboro gyalvi nam churam shenlun ki chun santang khuib chayon tan Pamam joni nyanga pamo rol ngombolo dwaryan dewa tang Tome ignyem shuklang achukit Chu Kyung Che Hua Ji La Song Zam Lang Yen Chong Nam La Gu Sheng Tal Mari Sang Kim Chen Ru Nyang La Kun Tu Zang Pu Mo Lam Nam Bar Jang Tip Chi Gyar Yin Chen Lin Zhen Zap Pi Ma Pam Jam Bi Yang La Gu Sheng Tal Ni Chen Ru Wo Tser Ngi Jang Kam So Ja Khwar Tuk Kip Shen La Vi Lan Men Jigme Phuntsok Jab La Sur Wan De Gongge Toban Bovar Shenji Lo Tuksum Dungar Chinda Kekim Ken Nyar Sume Khonjivar Gilla So Semchen Ton Tumir To Daksona Tamba Nam Ji Num To Tsal To So Nam Katang Nyamba Semchen Tamchiki Tondo Tande Lana Me Bayang To Protsopo Sanji Ji Komarom Bochi To Parcha Deep Shirto, Tambi Jukan Jusani, to Yams Lawar Yor, Yamto, Sambab Sham Chukto, Tuke Patan, Chunyam Bikunduk Shopa Namkyang, Lantor Manjura Giter San Tsel Telander, Tenjang Jung Yampo, Tsigleur Chipan, Denin Chapter Shipala, Tomar Geva Laton, Varto Geva, Jonton, Tamar Geva, Jukton Tang, Sam Yopali, Teni Nipa Jonton, Shapi Cabre, Telane, Subject to Gore. Temzhi chugni ki ngowo ngub zongwa tang, tenit sumden de tsir tang, tetak chirtar tenim jongwi tsur shapa tang, ten jong ku ton tonit shapa tang, tonit hui go ni zhipa tang, te kona nyam tongwi zhorwar tamba te, ta sabche chugu yo pi nani, ta nga tso tak samba te, chirtar tenim jongwi ton shapi kap, Tatela Yores.
So let us begin by thinking, in order to bring all sentient beings equal to the vast limits of space, to the ultimate and unsurpassed and complete and perfect state of awakening, I will listen to these teachings today and I will put their meaning into practice. And so in this way, cultivate the intention of bodhicitta as a motivation for listening to these teachings. and adopt the proper conduct for receiving them. The teachings that we're looking at is the heart essence of interdependent origination laid out in verse by Nagarjuna. And this text has a beginning, a middle, and a main part. And we are in the main part, which is the main body of the teachings. And this can be divided up into 6 sections, which we spoke of yesterday. And so the first section is the identifying what the 12 links of dependent origination are. The second is categorizing these under 3 major categories. The third is how dependent origination works, how things occur in dependence upon and in relation to each other. The fourth is how, because everything is dependently occurring, it is emptiness. The fifth section is then showing how dependent origination is emptiness through illustrative examples or analogies. And the sixth is seeing suchness, the true natural state of all phenomena, and thereby how liberation occurs. So of these 6 categories, or these 6 sections, we're currently at the third, which is how dependent origination works. Also?
오야 되니 당아주 가장 공두샤 바비진도 조 나와 상지비 주 담체때 람 담체때 지강라 때니 남직직 샤요레 제나나 지데 타와텐 좀 렌종도 쇼판 세와메 바지비 돔측직 겸나 때니기는 그 돌란더 요레 디나니 아주 tawa tenjam ren jong shadin rok yo pi kabre teng tawa temjer zia teng ne shi temjer ta nang temjer ni yo pi nani ta shin jik teng ko korwan di tni chaktor tham che teng temjer ko ramjin chan re dan terang achu kap swa pan ro yo pa ten zo ndi kap ko jong do zo nang temjer chuni de zo semchen korwala ni yo pi semchen tamche ke temjer te shet te na tani nang temjer chi pa te tere divshna tamche te tenjang reverend jongwa re soni ka chang kong de part te samat pata chi pa te tere ta te chu tamche tenjang reverend jongwa re se ne nga chung korwi ni kap na yang semchen tamche ngan song dang thori kirni la roa semchen tamche teng korwi nirkam naya tenjang renjong ko goni tember ko goni korkhiyore gyotam driwu goni korkhiyore es devjento korwali tharu myengal nindipi komang thok gonaya na tenjang renjong wi goni rokhiyore es divchernan korwa gyumri ni tang myengal nindipi gyumri ni telab demba bisekyorwa te cha chama te 돈라 때니 땜들 그 독니 로크요레 디 땜들 때 무부 추닛 그 독니 로크요레 마똑거마 더 무부 추닛 땅 멈턴비 측직경 샤크요 말 강양 셰크요 말에 따와 땡 무부 추닛 땅 탐바레 람땡 무부 추닛 땅 탐바레 따와 지바테 믹타부 찌그레 디 가레제나 믹타부 따와티 when nga cho mig yona migden ki kan sa rani kan den ro governite lamka chachang yepo chi sarwam thoni ro yore dev jento tani nambi lok tawa te an rang ka dalam te rang lam te tawi goni hirap goni ze kore hirap goni yepom thoni ro yore ta tani nga cho mig yo charni zonte lam thoni komba japni rani kan den ro ni lan ro yo pa namjin lam nyamsulin pate an 샴바당 냥지라 속비 데니 탑텔랍 땐니 샹축그 셈그 탑랍 땐니는 데니 럼바비엔토 히릅김 통위람 디낭라 로기요레 딥셔나네 히릅김 무부 닐쿠신톰 통히요나 te nyamlen teng teni te nam jing hirap tong thambi nyamlen chigla chakhayo pi shernane nawa sangi pi tawa tong lam ni ka teng ngubu ni luk tong thambares tawa tong lam ni ka la ten ni shongwi mriwo maung bim mriwo la samlo tana yang teni karere zenane ngubu ni luk tong thambi mriwo chi korang shongkhyo res.
And so as we began discussing yesterday, Rinpoche said, when we look at the Buddhist path and practice, the Dharma, the path in entirety, what is its basis? The basis or foundation of the full and complete path and every approach is twofold. The view of dependent origination and the conduct of doing no harm. And so essentially the entire path is encapsulated in these two statements. And so first then we have the view of dependent origination. And this is understanding there's the outer dependent origination and there's the inner dependent origination. So the outer dependent origination is what we can see in the external universe, that everything comes about independence upon in relation to its specific causes and so forth. The outer universe has its the obvious dependent origination that we discover when we examine anything and how it operates. Its operating system is dependent origination. But then we have the interdependent origination, which is what here this text is addressing. That's what we're examining, which is how sentient beings cycle in existence. Our dependent origination that causes us to have these experiences and so forth, that the operating system from which then we experience any given life and so forth. And so this is called the interdependent origination. And so then everything occurs because it is dependently occurring. All phenomena are dependently occurring, which is the words in Sanskrit, praticye samutpada. That's saying all phenomena occur dependently. And as sentient beings, when we look at the context of cycling throughout states of existence, throughout the experiences we have in existence, whether it's the less fortunate states or the higher realms and so forth, wherever we are in samsara, then all of that is a result due to or dependent upon its causes and conditions. And so we have the cause and results that constitute samsara, and so that's the dependent origination of samsara. And then when we look at finding freedom from that, finding freedom from a transcendence of suffering, nirvana, then that's also dependently occurring, and so we have the cause and result of nirvana. And these two, the cause and result of samsara and the cause and result of nirvana, these constitute the four truths, which are cause and result, two of which pertain to samsara and two of which pertain to nirvana. And so these are based on how things operate, how things come about. How samsara comes about is dependently occurring based on its causes and results, and how nirvana comes about, dependently occurring, the cause and results for those. So this is the way things operate, is dependently occurring. Dependent origination. It's the nature of all phenomena. And so when we're looking at cultivating a view, that means we're cultivating an insight or wisdom that sees things according to how they operate, not something that's made up or that isn't corresponding to the way things are. So the view of dependent origination, the view, that the wisdom that we cultivate is seeing things according to how they are. And that view, that wisdom insight, each level of that we cultivate is then the basis of our practice or the path. So the path also is based on the way phenomena operate, how they are, their nature. Essentially, we could think of view as being our eyes. If we're going to walk somewhere, we have a goal, a destination, and we're going to walk there, then the first thing we have to do is be able to see the path. And so our eyes are the sort of vehicle through which then we can see where we want to go. And so in the Buddhist tradition, the view is then the wisdom. It's the profound insight that sees then the goal and how to get there, and that sees the way things are. And so once we have the eyes of wisdom, then we see the way things are, and then we begin to walk in that direction. That's then that we're practicing, or meditation. And so that's the practices, the methods that we take to get there, what we call the skillful methods, inclusive of all of the approaches of the cultivational qualities such as loving kindness and compassion. Essentially, the skillful methods that constitute all the trainings of the path called bodhicitta. And these are based on the wisdom that sees the way things are. And so with the wisdom that sees the way things are, then we engage in practice that follows that. And so practice, or the path, corresponds to the way things are as well. And so both the view in the Buddhist tradition and the path correspond to the natural state, the way things are. Is based on an understanding of and operating within the context of then results occurring dependent upon and in relation to their specific causes. And so independent, so they are dependently occurring. And the future result, so the view and the path are based upon the way things are, and the future results that those produce also correspond to the way things are. Also?
Yeteri teni ta nambi lamte di tenchang rin jong yang bon di toni nambi lam cha chang ching tong tab kare. Do tang ngak zeni mixer ke teni mang zong mena yang tham chela ma kya par chikyang yo mare. Ti shernan di temdir ke ton te khako ni nga cho nyamling khan nam ki kyang 대랑 디능라 겨랑 저 냠랭간 마보요레 데니 라라 소수 역보 직 투섬 검섬시니 장고레 경니 데니 냠는 역보 직 라라 소수 데니 두밥셰 삼칸 두바 랑옵셰 삼칸 랑오 기밥셰 삼칸 기바 제니 라라 소수 데니 냠밥삭 누구야 짬식당 데니 추람레라 요빠 짬지 니번 르크요 마레 데라 파윤다 요레다 옛나요 첸디 톡도 તની랑 그 라맘 산이 땅담바 람 차장 돈 탐칸직 히럽 그믹 메팔라 믹트로 탐칸 글라마치 고거레 tani tsatangdan bachik tani rong ka ten mahtok ko ma tani taga chik tani ti chi lapsha nam kan rawo tang tani ten rawo chik changwa chik kan rik mare tani chik la tani tani yakpo shini nyamnan shek gunam riu ngipar jong kare kare jina temjir ka thokni ma chang me pi jusken lanam riu te ngipar jong ata thawa me pare 카상 주바 나오신데 랑그 노르소나 양만나 랑그 냠슬렌 마히바 양나 랑그 노르소나 데니 기르켄 마창나는 리우 양집진 좀 용고 말해 딥셔나 나비루라 남균 히럽당 따빠당 히럽당 따빠니까 쪼치라 제크요레 어땡아투 하고고요레스
And so then the Buddhist path is based on the view that sees things according to how they are, that sees their dependent origination, their interdependence. And so this heart essence of dependent origination enables us to see, to have that view, which, whether it's spoken of or not, all of the sutras and tantras, the entire Buddhist path and tradition of practice is based on that, operates within and corresponds to the way things are, the operating system of how things function, and has that basis of knowing dependent origination and practicing according to it. And so Rinpoche said, I understand that many of you participating in these teachings are practitioners, and many even long-term practitioners. And so we need to have that clear understanding of how things occur dependently, and to study that, to hear teachings on that, to contemplate that, to meditate upon that. And so then this is ensuring that we have the view, the Buddhist view, as the basis of our practice, the view of dependent origination, the insight and understanding on all that that entails. And then whatever practice we do with that basis of that view, maybe we do a very kind of short form of practice, or maybe we spend a kind of a medium amount of time in practice, or perhaps we engage in very elaborate and extensive practices. But whatever the case is, then it's not enough to just go through the motions of the practice, like to just recite the mantra that we may have learned and so forth. It's not to say there's no benefit, but if we really want the true and kind of true purpose of this, then our practice needs to be based on that wisdom, the view and insight that knows how things are, their nature. And so if we seriously wish to pursue the Buddhist path and practice, we need qualified spiritual guides to rely on a teacher who knows the entire path, because they need to be able to show you the wisdom that you don't yet have, and all of the wisdom of the path in entirety, and be able to guide you on that from the beginning all the way until the end. And so a qualified spiritual teacher is not someone who has partial knowledge, who's able to give you good advice and guidance, but someone who has the knowledge of the entire path, so that they are sure that what they're teaching you corresponds to the way things are, has that wisdom that sees the way things are, because the whole path is based on the way things are, and then our practice needs to be based on the way things are. And only then can we fully attain the result, the fruition or purpose, the aim of the path and practice. Otherwise, if we don't have then the full view that's corresponding to the way things are, when we engage in practice, we have an incomplete causes and conditions, and then the result cannot happen. As we spoke about with dependent origination, all the causes and conditions need to be complete, and then the result is inevitable. It's infallible when they're there. And yesterday I mentioned that we have to have first a correct understanding and unmistaken practice that's authentic, but then that we also know how to practice it, and that all the necessary components are present, because if we have a mistaken practice in the first place, or we don't have the full knowledge of how to practice it in the second place, if we have incomplete causes and conditions, even if we spend the time going through the motions of doing it, the results can't happen. And so that is why when we look at the Buddhist path, its foundation, its very basis, always begins with wisdom, profound insights. Wisdom, and then also our faith, our trust and confidence in that. These two are essential. Also?
Oya, teni ta terang azo sombo tagli nim jong ter ni lib dun jong dan li kyang. Som jong tripping korlo te ni yang tang koror ji pate. Ta chirter te nim jong wi ton sha pate tere. Ka tsang azu gong de ne. Ta temdre yang la jugni te tsdu jirna ne. Li tang mare nyumon pa tang li tang Dungar some canalan the dock do sorry. Ta terang tani netso gimri in circur shade conquer you conre cadipshin in dog do zate. Shok tamchi katsangi cancel juyo. Teni dinala sombo tagli nim jontes. Sum the conre zenana, contana. Marik patang chick state patang lenba nikate nyumo parwa. Tetso nyumo pare. Deli nim jonte ezer. Dig ni karipshon korezen li nipshon rezer. Li kang nikapshon rezena. Li ter chick de marik beam drivute yagilan dupshit yen songa. Dupshit tang. Stelle nikim drivute stripapshon songa. O te tewu te nipshon jipitonde te. Sombo tagli nipshon des. Ta ona li nikali karipshon rezena dunjong rez. Til hagmab dun ta khatsang jupi hagmab dun bo tapshon rez. Ona dun li kyang shong gare wezena shong rez dun li kyang sam jong tripin korlo tez. Yang li sam shong mar nyumon ba sam du shong gare zer. Gare rezena When nga tsu pombo ndala tena nga tsu zuk tang tsorwa ndukhi ndupshiki pombo yorwa ndumdribure tata. Nga tsu. Telap teni kyang teni ten nyumon pa ma popshong fudwa nga tsu. Do chir jir tang ta ten teni zong te li mambo marik papshong kyore, stit pa tang len papshong kyore, na tsu papshong kyore wa. Nyumon papshong kyore. Karte nyumon pa yo tsar nim zong te yang ti nyumo pi lip sakayo pa yang ngam matang chik pari. O tani shini na tamche chik chikla girkin nito chak ni na stripping korlo te se di goni temdri yanlak chukni ki tamche ten kor ni rokyo pa te la stripping korlo chipi maam tak chakri. Karwe rezina warma chetten kor kyo pa la stripping korlo zekyo re. Mato yang korlo namjin 1, 2, 3 shini korwalar korum jin to chingro pa zekyo mar. Korwalam togman me pa rogre. Samrilam tori rogre, tamrilang alsong rogre, the yenna warma chatan rogre, ten korlo namjin korkyo re, jipiton de tere. Yen the yang tang kors. Gawan korkyorजना kamsum korwati riktuk korwi niri indi nang tong korkyores. Teng atsun zambulang dikchik po yin going ipa yo mar jiktan tame pala roa riktung tame payore ti dorna tehta un korwa chiknalan korkres. Gang korkyoresena ngato sosu kewu semchen tamchen korkres. Shangchip senhwatang sangi tamchet korwala pepnayang Di li tang nyumo pi wang di temdri ko wang kor yo mare. Khonso de la shun wa te an teni tangen zan tang. Devji hirap tang. Nyar je la so pi girken tomo main pa yore. Temdri ki yong yore te yena kakari. Rawang ko ni yong yo rawang me pi go ni yong yo mare. O deep sherna teni li tang nyumo bi gangking kor yore jena li tang nyumo bi go ni kor yore. Sur jirtar tang korkyo zena kortsur temdri yanlak chuni ki gonin korkyo re tere tanga chunde gyangkyo pa tere nyenne yang tang korro songdo o teres
So now we're looking at how this dependent origination works. And so yesterday, then first we identified what the 12 links of dependent origination are, which was the first section of the 6 sections here, categories. Then the second was we categorized all 12 into 3, which was they all are subsumed within 3 major categories, which is disturbing emotions, karma, and suffering, as defined in yesterday's teachings. Now, the third section here is how they occur. What is the cause and result relationship, the dependent origination? How does it operate? And so we spoke about that a little bit in looking at all 12 links. But now, once we've categorized these as 3 different categories, disturbing emotions, karma, and suffering, how does all of this come about? How does this cycling happen? So in the text, it says, from those 3, the 2 occur. So the 3 are ignorance, craving, and grasping. The 3 links that are the disturbing emotions. So essentially, then, from the disturbing emotions, the 2 occur. The 2 are the 2 links that are karma. The link that is ignorance. Did I say karma? Hold on just a second. Oh, sorry. The link that is formations. Formations comes about due to the presence of ignorance. And the link that is called becoming, which was in the text translated 15 years ago as existence, but becoming, which is number 10. And becoming becomes due to craving and grasping. So from the 3 links that are the disturbing emotions, then we have the 2 links that are karma. So once we have the disturbing emotions in place, then what is that independence upon, and in relation to that, then what happens? Karma. We engage in actions. Then what happens due to those actions? Those actions result in all of our experience, which are constituted from the other 7 links of dependent origination. So the remaining 7 links are the result of karma. And so it says, from those 3, the 2 occur. From those 2, the other 7 occur. And so from karma, the 2 links that are karma, then all the other 7 links occur. And then what happens when you have the other 7 links? When we're experiencing the mind-body aggregates and the full range of all that we experience, then the 3 occur. The 3 links that are the disturbing emotions. So then in relation to our experience, then we have disturbing emotions. Then what happens? And so those disturbing emotions come about how we are relating to our mind-body aggregates and our attachments and anger and aversion and jealousy and pride, all the things. They come about because of how we're relating to the constituents of our experience, the aggregates. And so then once we have disturbing emotions, then we engage in actions, karma. Then once we have karma, we experience the 7 links, the mind-body aggregates. Then once we experience those, we have disturbing emotions. Then once we have disturbing emotions, we engage in karma. And so it says, the wheel of conditioned existence circles again and again. So what happens is that once we have the mental afflictions originating, as we looked at in that more linear list of the 12, with ignorance and so forth, then we have once we have the disturbing emotions, then we engage in actions or karma, and then that results in manifesting as our experience, the other 7, and then we have this physical body, we experience our form, and we have sensations, and we have perceptions, and we have conditioning factors, and so forth. And then we have disturbing emotions, and then we engage in more actions. And it just goes around and around and around, uninterruptedly. And so then we just keep cycling in existence because we have the links of the disturbing emotions, and those are leading to the links of karma, and those are leading to all of our experience, which then leads us to more disturbing emotions. And so this is how we cycle in cyclic existence, each later factor dependent upon the previous factor. And as long as the previous factor is there, as long as the cause is there, the result is inevitable, and it just keeps going around and around and around. And it's not, in any given moment, you could, identify any aspect of these links. So it's not linear, like only one of the links is happening at the same time, but rather we're just cycling uninterruptedly. So as we're experiencing one link, we're creating the next one, and so on and so forth. And so it's this endless circle that keeps happening. So then that is how we cycle, through the 12 links of dependent origination that can be categorized as these three: karma, disturbing emotions, karma, and our various experiences that result from that. Where do we cycle? We cycle within what we could describe as the three realms of existence, or another way is we could say we cycle within the 6 classes of beings. And so throughout all the realms, they can all be subsumed as the 3 realms or the 6 classes. And we're not just talking about this universe that we experience now. The universe is infinite. And wherever there is space, there are sentient beings, and then they are cycling. So who is the cycler? Sentient beings. And how do we cycle? Through the 12 links, through the links of dependent origination. And that's why we keep cycling. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and so Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are not born into existence, do not appear or manifest in samsara due to these 12 links of dependent origination, due to disturbing emotions and karma and so forth. They manifest in existence through the power of their meditative samadhi, their profound wisdom, their great compassion. Yes, there are causes and conditions. For them to manifest, there's an interdependence that must take place. It's dependent upon and in relation to those causes and conditions. But their causes and conditions for appearing here are different than ours. And their causes and conditions are ones that they have power over. They're not helplessly under the power of those factors, but rather we could say, are in control of those factors. Because what is causing us to cycle is our disturbing emotions and our karma. And so how we're cycling is through this dependent origination that we're studying here. Marcel?
Oye, teni di nang la di gimri temri control di tokla temri yang la churni ke goni churni yo pa te la tab de wu wang tu na ta tong sampo ko tokni ko alen ta chik sarwo chig yo re churni te la ka sang yi ju ba nang jin cheksam ke nang la gimri rog yo wa cheksam ke tokla zokho yo re yin na yang che ti cheksam ke nang temri yang la churni te gimri chagni gu yo re te ha ko na pe yak yo re 가르제나 깨와 ngami 마릭 바당 덥실라 테니 첸디 독금 리보 남히 당망죽 라속바니 종테 마기 테니 초라가 와르다 요르와 데레스 테니 첸디 토코 쳇바당 렘바당 스트박섬 라 지리 디젤라 테니 켜 시미니 갑거 케와당 각 종교래 어떤디 시니 김림 축근이 송래 디나라 차르니 케박섬 랍지아리오래 어때 고와 찌르그나더니 걔랑주 데지 판톡 요래 삼하노.
So we can see how that cycling takes place. But there is one kind of simple way to look at the 12 links of dependent origination in terms of cause and result that can kind of give us a sense of how that factors in to our life cycles. So then basically, like we looked at yesterday, the 12 links can be shown over the course of a 3 lifetime cycle. And this shows us cause and result. So in any given lifetime, it could be any one, we can frame it in the context of being one of these 3 lifetimes. And so then we have cause and result. So how that would work would be that in a previous lifetime, due to ignorance and formations, in dependence upon those causes and conditions, that results in a lifetime's, in another lifetime, the second lifetime, we say, which is from the moment of consciousness, conception of that life, onward all the way to, and so we could say that that's this life. We'll make this the middle one. From consciousness all the way to sensations. That's the result of the causes and conditions of the ignorance and formations of a previous lifetime that we're experiencing. So from consciousness up to sensations, that's where we're experiencing the result. Then, as we're experiencing that result, at the same time, in relation to that, we're having craving, grasping, and becoming, engaging in actions. So that becomes, we're accumulating causes simultaneously that then results in the next lifetime. And then, since we're born again, we have birth, aging, and death. So when we look at it like this, we can see cause and result twice over the course of 3 lifetimes, and it shows how that cycle happens. So that can be a kind of a very simple way to understand that we can think about and look at. Of course, all 12 links are present in any given lifetime. That's true. But when we're looking at how we cycle lifetime to lifetime, then that's how that cause and result relationship functions.
동바코니 추남니 동비 추남 종 자트 송레 야야야 단더 베 까쳔보 지그레 드니 영아츠 고아역보 락고야 지그레 다 공도 치르터 땐님 종 츠르테 공도 샤 차송레 돈더 동니 딤바더 마피아틴드니 삽쳇 주제와르와 어때.
So then we come to the 4th section in the outline, which is how, because things are dependently occurring, they are emptiness. And so in the text it says, all beings are cause and result. There are no beings whosoever that are not. From causes that are solely empty, only empty phenomena result. Phenomena lack an identity of self and mind. So then now we've looked at how dependence, maybe he meant to say causal, how dependent origination happens in terms of the causality or dependence upon phenomena, how they occur dependently. And now we're looking at what that actually means, which is that the meaning of dependent origination is that phenomena are emptiness. And so now we come to another really important and clear category. Maso?
다때니 공도 건접 고광도 시남 된정 레벨 종이랑 진전 단 코르츠 그 추대 건접 나트 고광도 시나 된리레세 다 원하더니 오래 때랬더니 로근 유동들 달라셈 진정met 동바코니 주남니 동이 주남 종 zat스 오 때랬더니 로근 유동지 볼때 달라셈 진정메송 다 셈친제한테 다 원앙 아주도 시작고요래 셈친제나 덕제나 gemberke 아주 가립종 코레 제나나 카상에 주바 따도 나초 셈친제고 덕집샤위 딱바당 어랑왕당 직부 인간치 당 덴트 인간치 가츠 종고요래 데니 잔 샘첸 있는 어랑니 때다고 덴트 딱 봐당 직부 직종 데니 잔 샘첸 담체 양는 코덴디레 몬덴디레 시디스 히디스 제니 차상 가츠 샘첸 잠바 남랑 딱 봐당 직바당 덴트 니또 종고요래 다 되니 마릭비 토마테니 마릭비 테르타르도 종회오레 송송아 공터 다 마릭비 좀바테 노르와레 가츠 송회오르와 ngubu niluk tamam temperzen khayore step shot 다 오나테니 깨와 나만이 늘 용간 데니 깨와 심한 용간 템제 양락 중니 던 르둥칸 그 샘친 뜻으리 다팁 덕트 까와요레 티 돈다글라 텔라 란기 츠르토 데니마 람밥젠투 샤테 노군 조tam 리버테 달라 샘젠지앙 메츠 다 파르타나 샘첸석 따니요 말을 라보레데 데닝오마 마레 데닝이 경 소라쇼 아 노군 조tam 리버테 제는 노군 주 공도는 샤피네 데니 뉴모 바당 리 탐체테 주리 데브젠토 데니 티 교당 졸라 데니네 데니 팀 리부 냠스 용니 ngacho 머리 밈 리부 타르탄 델라케와 레니 밈 리부 냠스 용고요레 덤 리부레 로군 교당 리부 테스 तजेना कार्य जे कोरिजना जुतम रिवु निकप क 폼보 ngaतेला 샘진 제니 딱하요레 에세 딱 제니 딱하요레 에세 샘친 तरी when nga초 줍석 피 니कप क 폼보 nga요라와 리우냠 숨요이 니कप क 폼보 nga요라와 대당 티 니कप क 폼보 ngaतेला ngachu semchen zep takhayore tela ngachu dag zenip takhayore tela ngachu jan zenip takhayore tela ngachu we are zenip takhayore you are they are zeni cha chamade he and she deni pada ma uncle oya grandfather grandmother ganzak manda ma bochi ngachu takhayo pate 텔라 딱하요레 샘젠직 딱하요레 디니급 텔라 샘젠 딱하요레 데리 잔트 겨비 샘젠 제야직 땅 nga춘 좀 봤다고는 딱직 랑왕 잔직 요 말에서 딱 봤다 직보다 랑왕 좀 용큰 그디 다다 봄보 나볼리 잔트 겨비는 다 카카직 요레지는 요 말에서 옛날 nga춘 트루이 왕던 로니 드디직 삼도 땅게요레 when nga초 간디신이 드디 트르크요레잖아 기스키는 니요레 시로르 그 응우보 nga초 강 도나 강 릭나 강 두나 nga초 냠숨 용심비 냠용 그나가 춘다 딱 탐치 때하네 릭다 바르마 차판다고 숑크요레 when 카창 그 강바 대랑 그 강화 선인 강화 로르미 강화 대랑 그 강바 데니 남심 시니 와르마차 반다온다온다보 숑크요 비셔나 가츠 딱 바리 찍버리 쌈용크요레 찍듯데레 덥시 유르라요 빈 트르켄데 켄니오르 방아초 회남 가르민 콜로 코르탕나 무니 코르코르직 독 삼고 누가 가초 무미 닐글라 코르코르 고르고르 고마직 롬보직 요 마레 코람 육당 위겸선기 가초 믹처르소레 디겸선기 유르란 트르켄 유르크 토라 요르바 데니 믹코랑 릴하우시닌 거르코르 따소레 데니 샘기 오 메고르고르직레 쌈고요레 가초 그때 남진 가초 샘친 집샤와 덴트당 딱바당 직보 ngubu niluk당 멈탄 바칭 전해요 바때 시 유르란 트로지직 요래 깬직 요래 디 중오마 가레지나 능 컨트롤지 대 마릭 바링 가서 ngubu niluk 카상능이 요이나 공도 샤피 ngubu niluk 머히비 마릭 바데 샘낭 딱바르담달 맘저니 대 요래 니 ngubu niluk 지타우지는 통해요 말에 데니입시니 시 유르군 데닌 출긴 시니 나라틴 출위 제요레 코냐냠도 땐니 데니가 투 셈란 데니 컨트롤나지 카르페요레 디마랑아 춘 트롤나지 케요레 말람 그니 감나양 딱바당 직보당 랑왕당 덴줍 직요 말와 나와 강시 가나 옛나가 좀 말람 나랍 덴 ngomap 송도가 딱밥 송도 직밥 송도 직바와 나사라나 소소야 말람 그니 갑가 남티는 좀 간가 바시는 좀 간가 데니 가서양 비치나나 돈이 칠라캬니 뺏겨 버릴 삼감가 데니 티니 갑라 통크요피 셈션 ngalm mogla kare malam tanghyona te tak tham che teang ma tham che teang a chu te tak pa tang den trup tang chik po tang de ri chik yin yin trup trup tar tu zong khu du ga teang wa chik ka to ku nang ra ba o te ri re che ren do kun gyo tang ri wur te es de la sem chen ka me chi pa te re te ni 대마 동문달라 샘체 집샤위 덴버트 파당 딱 파당 직부지비 nga 집샤위 카카직 요 말에서 다 때. 달라 샘체 강매 집이던
So, up until this point, we've been looking at how relative reality appears due to dependent origination. And so, all of samsara relative phenomena, what is called relative or all false appearances, how do they occur? Due to dependent origination. They're interdependently occurring. And so, then that interdependence accounts for the relative reality. But it also accounts for the ultimate reality, the actual nature. And so then, because of it, we can also understand what is ultimately the case, such as here, all beings are cause and result. There are no beings whosoever that are not. And so then, when we look at this statement, all beings are cause and result, and there is no sentient being that is not the cause or the result. And so we're beginning to look at, well, when we say sentient being, what I spoke about yesterday, it was how we tend to think of a sentient being as being an individual, a being that exists in their own right, our self, the individual sense of the self or identity of the I, self and other, as sentient beings, and we think of ourselves and others as being the same, permanent, as being independent, like being autonomously that, in and of, or like we're actually that, and as being singular, as if we somehow had an inherently established truth, an inherently established identity that existed in this way. And we also think of other sentient beings similarly, like of being permanent, of being autonomously that, of having some kind of inherent truth. And then we are very invested in our concepts about, how they are. She is like this. He is like that. And we hold to them as being actually whatever we perceive them to be, others, as being existing as another. And so, as we looked at, everything begins with a non-recognition, the ignorance. And the ignorance is the misperception of reality. So the way in which we're perceiving the appearances is a misperception, is based on grasping to them according to what they are not, a mistake. Our way of relating to them does not correspond to how they actually are. So here we've been looking at how do the relative appearances appear in terms of this uninterrupted cycle of past and future, of previous lifetimes and later lifetimes, and how then when we look at these 12 links of interdependence, of dependent origination, then we think then that there are sentient beings who are experiencing this cycle, that our self, the I, the self is also experiencing that. But where are these sentient beings? Where is this self? And so now this is the answer to that question. All sentient beings are cause and result. There is no being that is other than that, that is something else. So this isn't saying that sentient beings, like on a relative complete denial of sentient beings in the sense of a nihilistic non-existence. But when it says all beings are cause and result, when we look at sentient beings, then the causes are the disturbing emotions and the actions. Those are all the causes. And then in dependence upon those and in relation to those, there's the experience of the result, everything that we experience. And that is then, and so we're either looking at then a cause or a result in any given moment, what's taking place. And so then all that we experience, all that is manifesting for us as humans, we have this human birth and this human experience. And so then when we look at it, we're either examining or looking at it from the perspective of causes, of creating then, or we're looking at that from the perspective of results. Both of which are kind of simultaneously the case. And essentially, then the results are the 5 mind-body aggregates. And those are also the reason why we engage in the causes, the 5 mind-body aggregates. But what happens is, in relation to those 5 mind-body aggregates, we impute the identity of a self. We think that it is a self, a sentient being, is what we call it. So the one who is accumulating the causes is actually, not one, but actually what is accumulating the causes? The 5 mind-body aggregates are accumulating the causes. What is experiencing the result of those causes? The 5 mind-body aggregates is the experiencer of the results. And then we have the imputed label of the 5 mind-body aggregates, we call that a self, our self. We call that another, other. And we think, I am, they are, we are, you are, he, she, they, mother, father, uncle, grandfather. We have lots of names for individuals, personal pronouns and such that we place upon. But all of those names that are different ways of what we're calling a sentient being are essentially, we're naming the 5 mind-body aggregates as a single thing, as an individual. And we think, and then we relate to that, we call it a sentient being. We call it myself. We call it other. And then we think of that as being the same, moment to moment, permanent. We think that the 5 mind-body aggregates are one, like a singular self or identity. And we think that they're independently occurring, that they're what they are sort of by their nature. As if there was an existent self somewhere in that construct. But when we investigate, there is no one other than the 5 mind-body aggregates. There's nothing that's other than those that is a sentient being, that is oneself, that is another. Basically, we become confused upon the basis of mind-body aggregates, either at the time of the cause or the result. And then we think then that there is a self, an individual, a sentient being. And essentially, there are sort of two aspects to this, two causes and conditions. There's the outer one that supports the confusion, which is that we have kind of an uninterrupted or constant. We have the support for that confusion is the uninterrupted, constant moments of that individual. Like, for example, when we see them, they look the same each moment. So there's a sense of each moment of a sameness, of like a permanent sort of identity that's happening there. And so because it seems similar moment to moment, because, for example, like our house today, we think it's the same as the house of this morning, of yesterday, of last week, of last month, of last year, because there's a similarity in each subtlemost moment, it looks the same, which is the word permanent. So we think of it as being permanent. And we also think of that conglomeration of many parts as being a singular thing. We identify it as like a house, as if there's a singular thing there somewhere. And it's the same moment to moment, it's permanent. So there's the external conditions that contribute to our delusion. Take, for example, like a firebrand. You know, where you have like a stick with a fire that's on fire, and then you circle it really, really fast. When you look, it looks like a circle of fire. Why? Because it's moving so fast, your eyes can't see where it is at any given moment. It looks like there's just a circle of fire, but there's not. And so it's a confusion based upon our perceptions that make us think that ourself and others are real, that we're true, that we're the same, we're permanent, we're singular. But all of those are misconceptions. The idea of a self or an identity or whatever personal pronoun we place upon that sentient being, that's a imputed label based upon an external confusion of similarity from moment to moment. And so there's the outer condition that supports that confusion, and then there's the inner condition, which is the true condition, which is our non-recognition of true nature, ignorance, that doesn't know the way things are, that misconstrues and misperceives reality. And so it holds things to be the same, permanent, when they're not, and does not see the way things are. So we have these two levels of confusion that and this ignorance, we're constantly functioning under that non-recognition of true nature, of not seeing the natural state. So we have the outer confusion of the way things appear and their continuity and uninterruptedness and so forth that we identify with, that causes confusion. And then we have the inner confusion of our non-recognition of true nature. And this is experienced, for example, when we dream. During the dreams, we have a full range of experiences. Everything and anything can appear to our senses. And we think of things and beings and so forth as being permanent, as being singular, as being independently existent as that. From the perspective of our waking state, we know that there's nothing truly existing there whatsoever, no matter what it appears. But during the time that we're dreaming, we still have these same assumptions, that whatever appears, we think it's permanent, it's independent, it's singular, and so forth. So maybe we're traveling in a bus, and there's the me, the I as the traveler, and then there's others as well. Or we're going to the beach and we're going swimming, and that sense of the self and other sentient beings there. And so during the dream, all of these appearances arise to our perceptions, and we think of them as being permanent, singular, and inherently true, is existing independently as that. It looks like that, but just because it looks like that doesn't mean that there's something that actually exists there. It simply appears to us as if it does. When in actuality, it's merely the habitual imprints manifesting as our experience. And so when it says all sentient beings are cause and result, there isn't a sentient being, something to impute a sort of further personal pronoun on them, self or other, that is permanent. There's nothing that is permanent, nor singular, nor autonomously, independently existing there. There's nothing other than the cause and result. 맞어?
아주 회나 천디 독랍삼로 땅나양 아주 롭지 나임비니 갑나당 다르티니 갑라나 소소 다르탈로 까체이나 디와르도 삼로 동다 주보 까체인기로리 라나 소소 삼로 동다 직바리드만도가 하고교는 아주 옛나양 nga lop che imbini kaptang nga tarta ze kapchini nga chu ngak chik tan zen rog duwa tak pa tang chik po tang den tap ti ma ze kyore ta yenna yang tani nga jib shawa tang dag jib shawa tang semchen jib shawi phobor nga boli jen yo mar don la tani zuk ki phobor tang nam khirawa sem tang nam khili jen yo mar Pexar oring azu. Yena di chalap takhayore ngarang chongchong imbini kapka lobji kor ka ngas tata yang ngi phombo tela ngas yang azu takhayore. Ter tau takba cham yena ndikayore. Ter ten nip takhayore wa takba cham. Rana sosu ma chela samlo tong ta pexar bore. Ta ma u pa na nga khagre sam khayore. Ta yena yang nga yang yor wa tela ngâm nang jing ngir ba me pang jing nga ze chinga tu zong hu wa pe za chen bo dang pe den tup chik tan jik tin kham na kar che hu ta nga ra wa the where is nga that's the problem I hope there is nga I hope there is self but it's not. Yeah.
So, take for instance this life. So each of you can imagine or think about yourself when you were 10 years old. And then now, however many years it's been since then, think about yourself now at your current age. And you can see, for example, that your 10-year-old self, the body was quite different. It was not the same as it is now. We can see that we've undergone a lot of physical maturation, change. But the sense of the I when I was 10 years old versus right now when I'm however many years old I am, the I, we're still thinking of that self, the I, as being the same, permanent, singular, and autonomously or independently existent. I. But that identity of self, the I or me, or identifying someone as other, all of those personal pronouns, identifications, those are not other than the 5 mind-body aggregates. There is no self or other that is separate from, that is a complete different thing from the mind-body aggregates that you can find. Essentially, from your body and your mind consciousness collectively, the 5 mind-body aggregates are your form and your consciousness. There isn't a self that is other than those. It's very clear. All that we can say is that in relation to those, we have imputed the label self or I. So in relation to the 5 mind-body aggregates at the age of 10, we thought I. And in relation to
don't worry. Coffee and Tom Sam Nando Chokoyore.
So in relation to, or for example, in relation to ourself right now, we can, in relation to the five mind-body aggregates at present, we can have the imputed concept of I. There's nothing wrong with the imputation of I itself. Like understanding in relation to those five, there's the concept of I. And then we can operate out of that on a relative basis. Just because we conceive of the self, of an I, doesn't mean that it has to actually exist according to the way that we perceive it. It's not necessary. We can have the concept and be merely an imputed label, and there be nothing more than that there to be found. And it's perfectly functional, Rinpoche said, don't worry. You can wear clothes. You can go shopping. You can go out and drink coffee. Why? Because the body and mind are there, and they're the ones that are engaging in all the actions. The five mind-body aggregates, our body, speech, and mind, can do all these things without there actually being a self that exists, other than the concept of it. They've served the full function, so you can still go out and play. So there's nothing wrong with the mere imputation of a self. The issue comes when we actually believe that the self itself exists in the ways that we relate to it. And so we can think of the self at the time of the five mind-body aggregates as just the concept in relation to the five mind-body aggregates at the time when we were 10, and then what we're labeling the five mind-body aggregates right now at whatever age we are. And we can even think, in the future, I will die, but what dies is the five mind-body aggregates. However, the issue comes when we believe that the label of self is actually an identity, that it is. And then that we cling to that as being extremely important, as being the most cherished, focused upon individual in the world. And we think of this as being so important. And so this self, where am I? That's the problem. Rinpoche said, I hope there's a me, but there isn't. So.
Teni tomba koni churnam li tong churnam jongwar zats. Ta kare zekiore zenana ryutang ken tetso inna tomba koni churnam lis. Tate gyuzekiore kwerna nyumo batang li tetso zekiore koso tombar es. Gare dina temjer yin charni zonte koso rangwang goni tripa yo mare. Den trip zena te zekiore ta. Gyurkin jan la tu margu par korang rangtsu goni trip tam kanchigla den trip zekiore. Matomo gunzop ter nang zam go demba yo mar zekio mar ta truth. Zena nang zambo truth zena digje. So ngatu sem ke marik bi den trip the drop ta kayore takpa drop ta kayore chikpo ramwang wi ramjin chan chik drop ta kayore wa teni yo mare ser tomba koni chunam ni tong chunam jong zats ta gi khorang yang li ta nyumo ba tham che tomba ris garjin konso temdit des temdir yena ramwang goni trip tam ko yo mare Jan la tu go gore, Jan la tu go na temdir ke goni na wa cham jige. Gang temdir gi goni na cham ba chi yo na te tenip chuma chak ro gore ma tom o don ni trip yon kan chik chak yo mar ba. Gar jena kor gyurken temdir goni na ware. Tip shena temdir yimbi tak ke tan sik zena gimsan lap tenni kuramjin temdir yimbi chu tham chi kuramjin ya korang ngou goni trip mandu samya chi khako rokyo. Tansik tamche ki gyalpo, gimsan tamche ki gyalpo te temdete. Tivshena getang, Kente Zoyang, Yamata Malam Tavre, Telateni Shung Riu Tamchanyang, Yamata Malam Tavu, Konzop the Dikhiori. Tendi Ngogoni Tribune Kanchi, your Marzere, Tingoni, Yamata Malam Tavzere. Tichani Zekioreta. Tichani Yamata Malam Tavos, Korang Martip Jintos Nachoyore. Tivshena, Denver Martip Jinto. Denver Martepi, Dentip Zenangi Kondujuina, Korang Rang so Rangwang Goni Marteparese. Matomo Kunzup Tarnit, the Nirnawa Hemitsam Chilhawa me pa Yori. Now, when I'm Kalazana Tulo Guna make Lakpala Ragna Tsawa Tantetso Tamche Yomar Zegio Marta. Tetso Tenjam Renjong Tamchik Korang Rangwang Ki Martepjento Temjer Kernawan the Tavush Nanghiori. Nang Zamchik Yoris. Temjer Kugoni Nangaris. T. Jimson Conso Tomba in Big Jimson Terry. Temjer in Big Jimson Key. Tomba Nichioris, when a melon and Zunian in a Temjer in Big Jimson Key, Koran Zunian Martabri. In Nang Zamchik Yore, Zunian Lateni Pesho Yamabo Yore. Kunzop the Chutamchi Jamata Malam Tawimber Hipate, Hirp Zekiore, Tava Zekiore. Ton Tambala Chutamchet, Natsu Zekiwa, Tuba Tamchet Tantarva. Tonyan Tartupa. Testochiore. Ton Tamba Tuba Tantarvento, Kunzopto, the Tawunawa Harkiore. The Koran Chukan in that Tirnilukre, Koran Larna Chak Gunzok Chiktan, Koran Garamjin Tomba in Bichatirnior. Tifshena Natsu o Re, Koran Temre in Big Gemsanki Ramjinki, Dember Matap Gentona, Koran Ramwang Goni, Matap Gento, Temre Gigoni, Nachokondo Samia. The Stoguhiore. The Tober Shepate, Teni Natsunilu Tongi Hirp Zekiore. Koran Murtak Payimbam Ton, Temdri Imbam Ton, Tamayimbam Ton, Mat Payimbam Ton, Tetsom Tor Shepate, Surgeon the Yelab Shepi Hirbri. Natsu, Marik P. Ngubu Niluk Dokshoks and Zenite, Dungar Maposhon Hiore. Tangatsu Karzekos Dirtar to Hiwate, Mark Bir Nimburn Roni, Ranans also Dungarli Tartapchik Tavlamre. What then it is? Tombaconi Chunamli, Tomichunam Jon Zats.
From causes that are solely empty, only empty phenomena result. So now we said all sentient beings and all of our experiences, cause and result, and there isn't something other than that cause and result. But then what are those? Causes, from causes that are solely empty. So causes, the causes for our experience being our disturbing emotions and karma, actions, those are empty. Why? Because they are dependently occurring, which means they are not occurring by their very nature. They are not independent or autonomously existing as being that. They only merely appear in that way, independence upon and in relation to other factors. So they don't ultimately have an inherently established ultimate truth, meaning they don't exist in and of themselves. They only appear in relation to and in dependence upon other causes and conditions. They aren't independently existent. So we can say on a relative basis, they merely appear. And so then there's a truth to the appearance in the sense that they do appear. We're not denying that they appear, but we say they merely appear because the appearance itself doesn't exist by its own right. It only appears in relation to or in dependence upon other factors. But our non-recognition, the ignorance in our mind, thinks that they truly exist, that they have an established inherent truth on an ultimate level of being the same, permanent, singular, and independently that they are whatever they appear to be by their nature, as if they existed as being that. And so now the text points out that they are empty. So at the time of the cause, they are empty. So the disturbing emotions and karma are dependently occurring.
오글랍 숑그레데 emptiness 제키오레.
Later we'll get into
Okay, emptiness
the
임바
term
고그레.
emptiness.
empty 당 emptiness니 고와 카카레. 등인가 마마보 드니 돈입샤 비니 까빈나 샤뇨. empty 제데 강양메 빠게 돈르와. emptiness 제데 드니 고랑 가레레 제나네 군접 타르니트 나와tam 요라 디럼진 고랑 마트비용 간직 델라트니 emptiness 제키오레. 강양메 빠제나 로운 거라타 보이나 강양메 빠레 제레. 디 emptiness 마르타 디 돈이 제데. 가르지나 똥방 문이 있나 가르시니 난 거래. 뜨거 말아. gyötam dribu yam dre chokko mar kadze ko me pare me pa ta na ramjin ki me pa ni ka kare.
So that's why the term, and of course he just threw a wrench in it because I was not saying the whole term, emptiness versus empty in the sense of why they put the reflexive particle onto it and say emptiness is because it doesn't mean nothingness. And so it isn't a mere non-existence like empty in the total literal sense. It's still appearing. The relative appearance is happening, and it's happening dependently. The way it happens, we already looked at that. But then what's the nature of that appearance? The nature is such that the appearance itself cannot be established by its own nature as autonomously existing as that. So emptiness, why the reflexive particle goes on there, is because it's not just empty in a void nothingness sense. It doesn't mean a total non-existence. Because if it totally didn't exist, it wouldn't appear in the first place. And we use this example of like the horns on a rabbit. Those don't appear in the first place. They don't exist in the first place, so they don't appear. Or like when we say the space is empty, it's that there's nothing there. It's the absence of something. And then we say there's nothing there. So that's not what emptiness means. Because then the sort of illogical problem with that would be that then if it was empty, if it was empty, that it couldn't appear, it couldn't manifest. But the thing is that all of these things do manifest due to dependent origination. They are appearing, but then the appearance, what is the nature of the appearance? It is empty by nature. So if they were a complete or absolute non-existence, they couldn't appear in the first place. But that they are appearing, and so that's the difference between like a total non-existence versus not existing by its nature. The difference between these terms. So dependent origination not only accounts for how things appear on a relative level, why they appear, because they're dependently occurring, but also because they are dependently occurring, then that also accounts for and is the reasoning of why they are empty. Because they are not autonomously existent in and of themselves. They're merely appearing in dependence upon and in relation to then other factors. So they're dependent and thereby then not independent, not autonomous, not what they are by their nature. And so then the mere appearance is due to dependent origination, but then that the appearance itself also, its nature, because of it dependently occurring, also is not something that is always the case, that is like primordially an existent factor, independent of any other factors. So, dependent upon causes and conditions, there's the mere appearance. And because it is dependently occurring, it also is not existing in its own right, and ultimately that thing by its nature. So the dependent origination also becomes the reason why it is empty by nature. That there isn't a thing there that ultimately autonomously exists. And so then, because it is dependently occurring, it appears, and because it is dependently occurring, it is empty by its nature. And so this is considered to be the king of all logic, that of dependent origination, or the sovereign or the king of all reasoning, that of dependent origination. And so independent upon causes and conditions, it appears like dreams or like illusions. The mere appearance of something in dependence upon something else, in relation to something else, but without that relationship, without the other factors, it couldn't appear because it doesn't exist by its own right to do so. And so we say the wisdom of relative reality is seeing that it appears like dreams, like an illusion. And then that its actual nature, it does not exist. That is not established as inherently true as emptiness. So while it cannot be established by its very nature, it can appear. And while it is appearing, it cannot be established by its very nature. To be established by its nature, this term, which oftentimes people translate loosely as can't be established to exist, but that messes up the reasoning when you add all the other factors. So cannot be established to have inherent truth or to have inherent nature. It means that it isn't independently or ultimately that. So, for example, we have physical forms appear to our eyes. That's relatively true. We see forms. We hear sounds. That's true. So we're not denying that's relative truth. That's relatively appearing. And it's the way things are, their natural state on a relative level, the mere appearance. But then our mind, due to the ignorance, is not okay with just thinking it's merely appearing. Our mind now thinks it's truly that. It exists. It's permanent. It's this, it's that. And we have deeply entrenched habitual patterning of then relating to it in that way. But that's not the way things actually are. It doesn't have an inherent truth that's established and such as being that. And so relatively, while we're seeing the form, while we're hearing the sound, it's merely appearing. And that's why we have, and many of you may have studied the 8 analogies or examples of illusoriness, where we say, for example, phenomena are like a dream, phenomena are like an echo, phenomena are like an illusion, phenomena are like, the image on a mirror, a reflection, and so forth. The appearances are merely appearing like that. And on a relative basis, even while they don't have an established inherent truth, they aren't literally existing as that autonomously, they still serve a function. We can eat food and get full. We can wear clothes and be warm. We can touch fire and get burned. Because that's the interdependence, the mere dependence, the causes and conditions that are dependently occurring merely appear in that way. But that doesn't mean that the appearance itself is autonomously existent as being that, separate from any other factors. It's merely appearing in dependence upon and in relation to those other factors, merely appearing, dependently occurring. So for example, when we look, the reason why it doesn't ultimately exist as that is because of it is dependently occurring. That's why it is emptiness. Like take, for example, the reflection on a mirror. It is because it's dependently occurring, it's merely appearing there. There isn't actually a form that exists there, but it appears because of dependent origination. And it serves a function. We can use that reflection and do things. So this is something that we want to meditate on regularly. So we might understand that with a certain amount of wisdom, where we have an intellectual understanding, but then we need to meditate on that again and again with mindfulness and vigilant guard, because if we don't meditate on it, there won't be any benefit. If we're not integrating it into and making it our direct experience, the knowledge alone of it is not going to be enough. So if you went in front of the Buddha every day, and every day he taught you on how and why everything was empty by nature, if you didn't meditate on it, it wouldn't ultimately benefit you. I'm talking about the actual Buddha, like you're right in front of a Buddha every day, and he keeps telling you everything is empty. That's not enough. Wrong. This is indicative that we have a big job to do. We actually have to make this our direct experience. Practice. That's what practice means. Make your experience. And so relatively, things appear like dreams and illusions. And so we have the wisdom of relative reality, that they appear like dreams and illusions. And then ultimately, what is their ultimate nature? It is a complete freedom from all conceptual elaborations. And so it doesn't exist according to any conceptual extreme. It's ultimately completely emptiness. And that's what we want to realize. The ultimate complete freedom from elaborations. And yet, while ultimately it's empty of existing according to any of the conceptual elaborations, imputations, it isn't ultimately any one of them, relatively it's still appearing. Relatively we still experience it. So there's the wisdom of the relative aspect, the way things appear, and then there's their empty nature. Many people think these two are contradictory. Then emptiness and the independently occurring appearances, they think that they're contradictory, that you can only have one or the other, but they're not contradictory. If we think they're contradictory, it means we have not understood emptiness. It means that you probably think that emptiness means nothing whatsoever, a complete non-existence. And if that's all that you've understood, then you're in a very dangerous place. Because then you deny past and future lives, our actions being causes that produce results, cause and result, the three jewels, and all that entails. But this emptiness, empty by its nature, this emptiness is Dharmakaya. It's the absolute dimension, it's the absolute nature. our natural state.
Ndo tana tani temdri yimbir naki tonit korang yimba hako.
And so the
When na-
understanding, the key point
when
of
na-
dependent origination actually enables us to understand emptiness. For
When na me
example,
to ndo
take this flower.
temdri yimbir naki.
Because of the key point that it's
temdri yimba
dependently
hako.
occurring, then we know that
temdri
the
yinna.
flower is
Tongba
emptiness.
nit yimba hako yor wa. Tani
Then,
tonit
That-
yin jinto
while it is empty,
temdri tna chokoyo
the
pate.
dependent origination is
Hako
such that
kyo.
it can appear. So we understand both
Then
why
the
it is
kong
empty
niga
and why
chikka
it can
sila
appear.
ropa shekyo.
Each is mutual. The dependently
Temdri yimbir
origination
naki,
is the
meto
reason
toni
why it
yimba
appears,
hako
and it's
yore.
the reason why it is empty.
Tani toni
We
yimbir
know it's
naki.
empty because it's
nang hiyo pa
dependently
yung hako
occurring,
yor.
and we know that because it is dependently occurring, because it is emptiness, that it appears.
Ka tonit manna dentro ba.
If it's not emptiness, it's
dentro
existing
ruatani.
as some existing thing. It has an established inherent truth as something,
Tani
being
dentro
something.
jikin ki kai kepshe yo ma.
But if it exists as being something and an established inherent truth, then it can't be dependent upon other causes and conditions.
Tender nang yo ma.
It can't appear.
Ti tak kai korang
So it itself
pe
is the
ko yo
sign.
de. Korang ngoni sanji ke songwa te ngoni korang
Really,
demba
what the
demta
Buddha said,
ngatu
the
hirap
Buddha
ngoni
truly
hako ya yor.
spoke the truth. He really had that profound wisdom that knew the nature of reality and could speak it.
Ngarmit kannat chik dawo chik dawo.
He understood that the single point of dependent origination then showed both why it appears and what its nature is, not in contradiction to each other.
Nang to zonjuk.
The primordial unity, the indivisibility of
Ngatu har
appearance
suda
and
nang ke
emptiness.
titon rwa. Zuk
That's
tomba
what
ni
we
zuk
learn in
sos.
the Heart Sutra. Form is
Zuli
empty.
kyang tomba ni jan mai no.
Emptiness is form.
Ti jit pe
Form is
katak
not other
chimbo.
than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. These four are very important.
Ina hirap ki
But the
khaki ke
wisdom,
pe zamo hino takare.
some
Khaki ke
people understand
shuktam
this
hita kare.
on very profound levels. Some have a partial understanding.
Yena kale shina pe tang
But
zamo hako.
slowly, as we keep
Gum
pursuing
gufi
it,
ore,
as we
jang
meditate
gufi
on
ore.
it, as we study it,
Tani shina hino
then and
ko.
we keep going, then the insight, the wisdom will grow more and more. And so when we look at the reason why it can appear is because of dependent origination, and at the same reason, that's why it doesn't ultimately have an inherent established truth or existent as being that, because of dependent origination. And we want to cultivate that profound wisdom that sees its natural state. That everything is continuously impermanent, dependently occurring, cannot be established as inherently truly existing as that, is a multiplicity. And the mind that sees things according to how they are, all of these truths about them, that mind is called prajna, profound wisdom. And that mind that knows how things are is the opposite to ignorance, which doesn't know how things are. And so that is how we overcome non-recognition, by recognizing, how we overcome unknowing by knowing. We cultivate this wisdom that knows the way things are, and that is what remedies the ignorance that doesn't know the way things are. And as we remedy that, then we're finding freedom from all suffering. And that is the way. Awesome.
Tere, teni tangatu di ngubur niluk te hirap ki tok tela gum yap, teni ngato te hirap re, tebjin tu nyarje chembore. Tebjin tu ngato jirni gum, ta di ngubur niluk tok biblo te langdong re. Teb gumber shepala ngato jirni go khiorwa, tetu go ni nyamnen mshini songna teni ngato tsoksak drapabjin gewala juk mergewa fan. 대규긴 땜들 쏘고 그러와 가능하던데 땜들 시작해요래. 더 쏘나 되니 나그 니퍼트 가서 셈나라 집대 용거래. gem선 강레제나는 니 먹대와 탐쳤더 방ar치도 그래. 먹대와 강레제나 마릭바리. 마릭바 카창이 유이나 요피톱 깁 닥든전 도거 닥든 코랑양 마릭비 시합적리. 닥든 그 마릭바테 요피톱기 되니 책바당 당와라 속반 착톡당 알길라 속바테 하정 마보 깨그래. nga tsope chu gna la tsig zam mo yore dan di ndo chik chig yo wa nang shin deni control member wa nang shin ngar ger robo nang shin sem tobo o deni orere devshin tang deni serna zeore serna ndapatawo nga zu
Tupa.
not ndawo kayang jin matam kan semchen jambala o teni dawo tang ne teni chi je so chak to ko de kar shak so chak to ko ni shak ma so wa
Masong. De chak control nga gil serna.
nya soan
So, all of our sort of unhappiness and affliction is because of ignorance at the core and non recognition of true nature. We think that there is a self, that the imputation of a self, that there's actually a self that exists according to that concept. And then we have, from that identification with self and the belief in its existence, then surrounding that, we have all of our mental afflictions of attachment and aversion, of jealousy and pride. And the Dharma has very profound words describing these. For example, we say, desire moves like water. Anger blazes or burns like fire. Pride is tall like mountains. Ignorance is obscured like the dark. Avarice or stinginess is stuck like a knot. Because we can't give away, we're holding on to, so we're stuck like a knot. And so on and so on. So our mind is bound by all these factors. And then we have all kinds of suffering, so much suffering. And then unwanted things are coming, and what we want, we're not getting. And then we have fear and anxiety and worry. And these days, so much of these here in samsara. Yesterday we spoke about the 3 kinds of suffering. All of them, where's their root source? When it all boils down to the mind. And then the mind, where does that boil down to? Ignorance, non-recognition of true nature.
So tanga tu gum tsarjin de yapna kyun te tak thamche to lodru ro kyore fang ro kyore nyung ro kyore semdur ro kyore di mala semdur ze kyore tepshi sona semna jibde leb kyore di jibde de jibde nikab jibde man ba partu pu jibde watan ro yore jibde nguni chik nam ya lakmat pachik.
So then when we're meditating, what it means is we're implementing the wisdom, the insights into our experience, cultivating those qualities, and thereby we're refining away all of the flaws, all of our disturbing mental afflictions of mind. We're essentially taming our mind. What happens when these begin to be tamed, subdued, or are subsiding, then is in their wake is an experience of a peace of mind and a well-being and happiness of mind. And not just temporary, but this can be cultivated all the way up to the ultimate point of peace and happiness, a lack of affliction, the peace of that, from the absence of all of that affliction that cannot be lost, that ultimately belongs to us. And that is why we want to realize the wisdom that realizes or knows the natural state, the way things are. And then we're meditating on that, which means we're implementing that into our experience. And so we are cultivating that wisdom in companionship with great compassion. And then we're engaging, and so the wisdom, the realization, the insight into the way things are is called vipassana, profound insight. The meditative absorption of being one-pointedly absorbed in that is called shamatha, or calm abiding. And then along with that, we're gathering accumulations, we're purifying obscurations, we're engaging in positive actions, we're refraining from negative actions because we understand cause and result, their dependently occurring nature. We have to gather the causes and conditions, the interdependence for positive circumstances. And when we're in that, when we're fully involved in that for certain, we will experience the afflictions of mind resolving, a peace of mind, and a well-being of mind, and the gradual elimination of all of our various forms of unhappiness and suffering. What's up?
Oh yeah, teni ta marsap dewa yang top guna yang sawa semla tugyore, ta kerang su hako gunduga. Ta marik patang nyumu patang li te tak tamche lanjero achik map tang na namjin kangar tang nyodani tharkame pa hako gunduga. Te ta uchik ngatu ngipar tani marik pa lugdok ko tsurki tani marik pa la teci fang ta marik pa jirno marik pa la ramba ma po yorwa. Rang taga chi ngatu teci kendi dawo zaya nangjin chik dok zab chikna marik pa ta ni medro dawo teni lil hawo yo marwa. Marik pa rakpa ni kale fani tani dram fa tani te so tamam trawan ni fangu gore rakpa fa dram fa tama tani trawan ni marik pa dok gore ter dok songna te nga so garesina semnang ge yunden chatsang deura shikpi nyang pu yunden chatsang ngon de gyong gore tip der shik nang nga so yeni yo pi chuni nga so semchen namne sangji muzeni nguni ni lugla nga so sangji re te chirta awjente yondan chatsang mon de gyong gore tip shena devi tsawa semlara gore dungar ki tsawa yang semlara gliore karsang I kerang thola yuin chapan dubshik ke dungar zaya tang jirwi dungar zaya te cho tang dungar ki dungar zaya chatsang ma te korang semlara gli de gore shiror ku yur te chu nga chu semla dungar mjong wi gyurkin phye khiyore ma tok ko khoso dungar re ze mare karsang yuin korwa dungar karam jin yin tangman kanzag rang so la tukri nga chu tani kanzag rang so su ngola tukre dungar zete korang sem kusure ti chorwa ba dungar zena chorwa re chorna chikri gyurken temre la teni ups zeni khar soanda wo chorna chikri 디 chorna ga dungar te mang chewa nga chu sem kuzure kahi kewa ngami li ke top ko derwa yore yena li yang sem kuzu songa korwa jipshawi dungar chanjik yomar sem torna torre dungar li torre matomon korwam tame pare fang tab gamarwa nga chu kocho dungar yenna 거저 둥거리 나가 접 주사식던 로사요 말봐. 가완로는 데리지. 옛날 가서 샘기 korwalam rirchurtang sem durtab mataptang sem te yakpochik lirung chingro tab yotang me palap teni dewatang dungar kana bakhar kayore tamche zawa sem la ragliore zawa te tugre ngatu di temrir ke kabla te khaku kures oteni.
And so then when we look at ignorance, a non-recognition of true nature, our disturbing emotions, and our actions, karma, if we don't change those, they will just continue to be such that we're never finding freedom from the hardships that we experience as a result of them. And that's why at the very core, from the first link of dependent origination, that of ignorance, that's why we need to reverse ignorance, to turn unknowing into knowing. And ignorance has many layers. It isn't like just one flat layer. It's like lots and lots of layers. It's not just like you take one candy and you suck on it and then it dissolves and it goes away. It just melts. We are constantly cultivating wisdom that overcomes different levels of ignorance. First, we start in one way we think of ignorance like some black round ball. Maybe if we ate it, it would go away. Just one single thing.
No, it's not.
But actually, it's multi-layered. So we're eliminating, we're gradually refining it away on the most coarse, gross levels, the obvious, perceptible levels. And then as we clear those away, then eventually we come to kind of like middling levels and degrees and depths of it. We're sort of churning the depths of that. And then eventually it becomes subtler, and we're overcoming that and reversing that. And as we're doing so simultaneously, the afflictions that come from that, corresponding to that level of ignorance, are also decreasing, and the positive qualities that are the inner qualities that are inherent to us, that are our own nature, our Buddha nature, are becoming evident. Our Buddha nature that is timelessly present as the nature of our mind, as our ultimate nature, slowly is being revealed or uncovered by us. And that is because as sentient beings are actually Buddhas. We're actually Buddhas, but we're obscured from seeing that and experiencing all of those positive qualities. So when we speak about the source of happiness, it is our mind. And when we speak about the source of suffering, it is our mind. And yesterday we spoke about those three kinds of suffering: the all-pervasive suffering of everything composite, the suffering of change, and the suffering of suffering, overt suffering. All of those are dependent upon our mind and the degree to which we experience them, because suffering doesn't exist out there. There isn't a suffering that's out there that is imposing itself upon us. Suffering, so we say samsara is suffering, it has a nature, but each aspect of samsara, when we're looking at the external phenomena, it itself is not suffering. What is suffering is our mind. It's a sensation, and it's the way it's relating to those. And it's how we feel about them, which is how we think about them, which is how we relate to them. So our mind is actually the source of all that suffering. Our mind has all the causes and conditions. Those external things aren't like an absolute nature, like where we say they're suffering by nature, like they're absolutes, and then they're imposing themselves and determining them. Whether we suffer over those external factors is entirely dependent upon our own mind. Ultimately, it comes down to our mind. And so suffering is mentally created, and it is a state of mind. It is a sensation, and that's what suffering is. And it
When I
occurs.
chose Pyeongchuk Senhwa
For example, if you were a bodhisattva or a Buddha, and you become that, then you could be in samsara. Samsara still might appear like this.
Arkansas is still here. Okay, California is there, and Oregon is over there.
However, that samsara doesn't become a source of suffering for you. You don't suffer over it. Why? Because your own mind is already in your taint. And that's because that is a sign that the source of suffering is our mind. So the principal factor that determines whether we suffer over things, and the suffering itself, it's a state of mind. So then would we say, is the mind suffering?
No.
Is it suffering? Like we say mind is suffering? No. I'll tell you. It's when the habitual imprints of the minds awaken, then we feel and experience suffering. It's a sensation. And then that sensation also is dependently occurring, merely appearing due to the causes and conditions it is in relation to it and in dependence upon. That it is dependent upon. And so the nature of mind is not suffering. The nature of mind is peaceful, is well-being, is our Buddha nature. But right now, why do we have all this suffering and affliction in our mind? Because our mind has misconceptions.
That's all.
Our way of thinking is mistaken, that's all. And so when we say samsara is suffering, it doesn't mean literally that that's its nature in an absolute. There isn't actually suffering that exists out there. The suffering is none other than our mind. It is associated with our mind. It is created by mind. On the one hand, by engaging in the causes and conditions that produce those effects dependently, and on the other hand, how we relate to them in that moment, our mentally created suffering around them. But ultimately, then, when we look at samsara, there isn't a suffering that exists out there. If that were the case, we could never be free from it. We would always be stuck with suffering in existence. But since the primary connection to whether we suffer or not and the source of suffering is the mind itself, then we can find freedom. And that boils down to whether we tame our mind, whether we train our mind. And then that is a determining factor as to whether we have well-being over the appearances that we perceive or that whether we suffer over the appearances we perceive. The interdependence is in our mind. So the first link of interdependence is a mental state, is ignorance. It all comes down to our mind. Listen.
Teni dakhtang takkame pi chul. Tomba koni chunamli, tombi chunam zong zat. Dakhtang takkame pi chul zam. Otere ta dakhtang takkame pi chul ta konta gyutang ken tamchityang gimata malam tawali. Njiwo shina no chikungupo tamchityang gimata malam tawutsurki. Nawa ramjin ki matapali, ramjin ki matapi, mjiwu nang khiores, gimsen tip shena, dak zaya chik den trup chik tang, nga zaya tang semchen zaya ka den trup chik tang, kyo jib shawi den trup chik tang, deb jin to na ngi lakpa tang, ngi kangwa la sopi, dak tang, ngi kangpa tang, ngi mota tang, Tela sokpitani dakkewi chute tak tamchit re tamchit tu Lu Takayore Matona, Don Jinguni Demetra Patavchik, the Yomares. The Menayang, Tenjam Derenjong with Chutam Chekons of Tarneta, Hernanghiore, Shapshi Lixum Tamcheta, Takayore, the Mantat Padan, the Rikayang Yomare, the Yenang, the Natsu Daktam Dakko with Chutam Cheta, Niluk Muhini, Sosuke Namki, Niluk Damamtambi, Den Truptanzambi, Marik Bibloyo, Pigam Senki, Tayani Yanto, Dela Tenni, Numu Mamporke, Numu Mamporke ni, Li Mambo Sak, or Dela Tenita, Nuda Mambo Chiktan, Kangar Mambo, Chikanal Honkiore, Zere. No, Tere.
So continuing with the text, it says, from causes that are solely empty, only empty phenomena result. Phenomena lack an identity of self and mind. And so in this way, when we examine causes and conditions dependently occurring, they appear merely then interdependently like dreams and like illusions. And likewise, the results that come from such empty causes also are empty, the results being the outer universe and beings within it. All of these cannot be established to have any inherent truth or existence by their very nature. And so the results also are merely appearing dependently and are not autonomously existent by their nature. And so likewise then phenomena lack an identity, the sense of self and I, and the sense of self cannot be established to have inherent autonomous existence in its own right, nor can then what we call sentient beings, nor that they are not established as inherently truly existent, nor the concept of you not established as being inherently existent, nor the concept of my arms, my legs, my car, my house, all the phenomena that we associate with ourselves and connect it with that particle of my, then those two do not have any inherently true existence by their own nature. And so all the kind of identification, the concepts that we have about the phenomena are merely conceptual imputations. But ultimately, they do not have any inherent truth as being whatever we conceive them to be. At the same time, they appear, outer and inner phenomena manifest, and they serve a function. There's an actor, an action, and so forth. And all of the various ways in which appearances arise manifest and are experienced. But there is no inherently truly existent self, nor what belongs to the self, my, that we can find. These are all the ordinary's mind's perceptions and way of relating to the appearances that do not correspond to their natural state, to what is actually the case. And so by believing that there's an established inherent truth and existence to the phenomena, we have ignorance, the non-recognition of its true nature, in relation to which then we have all of its associated disturbing and afflictive thoughts and emotions. And because of those disturbing emotions, we engage in a wide range of actions. We accumulate a vast range of karma. And in dependence upon that, we have all of its results and the troubles and hardships and so forth that come. Also?
Oh, yeah, Denny, ma, Cotton Marme, Melon, ya, make it so in Kurtan, the Pompoyan, some Mumpo Bayam, Kitoksha, Sony. Denny Stone Hui Goni, the Pateri. Tanda Denny subject Navatiri. Tar Navate Karse Horizona, Jitam Divu, Stemmer Kernawan the time shit, Ramjin Gimat of Jinto, Gimata, Malam Tawi in Jinto, Jutam Divuchu, Kadipshini in Takayore Zena, Ramjin ki matupa Tony Yimjento, Karishini Jumri Gnamjin Rotop Yore Zena, Otandri Reser. Tani Tehwe Goni, Mapshapa de Tere, Tahwe Tesope Yakpo Yore, Cotton Marme Melon Gas, Cotton Zena, Huerna Canada Ores, and a Tandina La Huecar, where get your sound with the chick. Some year nga tuk den get tere huib get ki goni ma tani tan lang babore ta te tango katon ze te katon ze ba huerna tani gergung ke oman pa me hong zena tani paror bul hop tuk ke tiang oman pa me hong zen kola mal hapna tani gergung ko oman pa me hong ze te la tenni tani parol pu ganzak ge tela yang oman pa me hong hi no ya chik ndun hi ya chik chak no yo es ta tani ta kanip shinip shong re zena ten jang re jong i go ni shong wo re ze huerna gergen ke kanang la yo pi oman pa me hong te hop tu ku kanang lam pu so ma re ze korang ngo korang tela ndrob shikare zena ma re ze Karte yenna gergen ke tiji la jod mata pata makhi pa chak no kres. Teni mare zir. Teni hop tuku kanang la omana pa me hon yo pa te yang. Teni gyume pa lip shong re zina gyume pa lip shong yo mare zir. Gyo lip shong re. Tiv shen na tak pa tang chap pa ni lin di yo re zibi ton re ta te ko gure. Karre zena di to hwe yak po chi ko gure nga zu. Hwe na takpa zena gergen ke kanang la yo pi omde takpa tang den tup chi karte yo na ta korang ro ni pagi takpa te ku ngo takpa re ngirwa me pa paro pung kanang la ndo tuk kamar ma tong karte ndo jigna tani gergen ke kanang la yo marwa ta yena kanang ta takpa chik pan ro yo re zena ro yo mar lop tu kanang tip shen na takpin tali di yo re paro pu kanang la yong wi oman pa me hong te teni paro pu kanang la yo pi oman pa me hong te tak teni gyume pa li keo re zina yo ma re chapa me pa li keo na chapa ra wa tenga ma re zer te gergen ke kanang la ke oman pa me hong ji pi drab jo pa la teni paro pu teni de la yong je gore 다 원합 삼 뻬메켜 반다 오래 딱 봐요 말 쳇바요 말 딱시 니긴 달린디 오래 드니 가립신이 용송세나 딱된 점들은 종아리스 더무부 추니티스 어딘디레스
Then we come to the fifth section of the outline, which is how then the emptiness is illustrated through examples because of dependent origination. And so there's illustrative examples or analogies that are given here. And there are 8 in total. And so it says like prayer recitation, butter lamps, mirrors, molds, fire, glass seeds, sour tastes and sounds. Aggregates come into being through connections. However, be wise and realize there is no actual transference. So we're looking at the connection between cause and result. So we know that the result is something that appears in dependence upon and in relation to the cause. But at the same time, there isn't a transference of something that exists into something else, because they are, by their very nature, not established as being inherently, truly existent in an autonomous, independent, singular way, and so forth. And so unestablished by their nature, they are emptiness. And yet, the interdependence of causes and conditions of like a cause and a result is infallible and is necessary. And so we're seeing these 8 illustrative examples that demonstrate how dependent origination works without the cause or the result being an existent phenomena. So the first one is like prayer recitation. So take, for example, a teacher. They say Om Mani Padme Hum, and then they teach that to the students so that then the students can say Om Mani Padme Hum. And so then in dependence upon and in relation to the teacher reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, that's the cause, then the result then is that the students are able to say Om Mani Padme Hum. And so we know that that is dependently occurring. However, it is not the case that Om Mani Padme Hum was an existent phenomena like that existed in the mouth of the teacher. And then when they said Om Mani Padme Hum, not that this could be, but just say that it was a thing that then was transferred and went into the mouths of the students. If that were the case, if it was something that was existent and actual transference took place, then because it was a thing that was transferred from the teacher to the student, then after the teacher transferred that to the student, the teacher wouldn't know how to say Om Mani Padme Hum. They would no longer have it. It would be gone. It would be in the student. And then the student would be able to recite Om Mani Padme Hum. But that is not what happens. And so then we can't say that there's actually something that's transferred in that case, that exists, that's transferred then in relation to the cause, in between the cause and the result. Nor, though, could we say that the result, the student being able to recite Om Mani Padme Hum, that it came from no causes, that it was causeless, that it just happened. It came from a cause. And so there's the definite relationship of cause and result, but it isn't something that exists that's being transferred, nor is it something that a cause happens without, or a result happens without a cause. There's the dependency. And what this shows is that that process of dependent origination and the relationship between cause and result transcends permanence and discontinuity. Another way of translating that would be eternalism and nihilism. Those are the terms that are often translated as that. Eternalism is the same as permanent, something that's always that exists and permanent and is that. So the cause is the teacher reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. The result is that the student now can say Om Mani Padme Hum. But the whole process is beyond permanence, eternalism, an existent thing, and nihilism, a discontinuity where there's no connection between the two. The permanence would be what's usually translated as eternalism, like something that's permanent, that exists by its nature, and that doesn't change by its nature, is not affected by other circumstances. So it's not like there was an existent thing, that Om Mani Padme Hum was an existent thing in the mouth of the teacher that then was transferred to the mouth of the student. At the same time, there wasn't a discontinuity, which means like a no connection. A nihilistic view would be there's no connection between the two whatsoever. So it transcends eternalism, the extremes of eternalism, aka permanence, and of nihilism, aka discontinuity, no connection. And so in this way, then we cannot say there is a cause that exists and is transferred into a result, nor the result being, in this case, the student being able to say Om Mani Padme Hum, would we say that it had no cause, that it came about causelessly in a nihilistic or disconnected manner. And so not eternalistic, permanent, not nihilistic, disconnected, transcending the two extremes. But what we can say is that they are dependently occurring, and that this is the nature of reality. So?
Teni 유건이 딱바방오래, 류건이 차파테 방오래. 가리레 제나는 유딱바직 Koran parur pu kana oman pa me honro yo mare. Riu ngor kyrsong yo mare. Gyumar tak pachik. Ramjin ki mat pachik oman pa me hong jate royo re. Teni riu goni chapata fangor garjina gyume li shonga mare koran yedam chi pare. Deep shirna teni takbayang main chapayang main pi takshit nikali toryo pi goni gyumdi nika teni shin rokyo re zayata tere. Teni marme jiba tere nipa marme zayate yang kwe na marme chamchak gyamsak mangpo yo na tangbo marme chik yo na tela marme koran marme me mar nuku yo kan yo na. Teni marme nipa yang telam re ni tingon ro. Yang nipa la teni sambala so pano teni chi ni marme ngama li marme shima la me te var ni ro na ne ta marme tangpo ti korang ro ni marme shima ka ngowo la chachang ro so mare takpa ching ro yo mare marme shima ti marme te ne gyume li shong yo mare teni gyoyo pali shongore tepshina chapayo mar takpayo mar. O ti goni tonla kare ze na temrir kernawa ze ki tendi re ze kyore. Tam chawa ni samlo tona tela yang hali pi jirken mapo nga tsu himete pi jirken mapo yorwa. Ta yenna yang tani ragpi goni nga tsu hako topkatuk tani konye mderwa yore mderwa menna di marme tangpo tela martena marme nipa tep shongko yo mara. Marmi men barbati yonggu yo mara. Marme nipa la martena marme samba yonggu yo mara. Yenna marme sambi ngogo marme tangwo tang nipi ngogo mangyur ni korang takpachik rob zina mare. Korang te man ro sunga zina ku ngogo te ro yo mara. Tela te nip shong rewe zina re. Ondi nip shini song re zere.
The second example that we have is of a butter lamp, or you could also say candle. But before we go to that, just to finish the last bit. So the cause is beyond the cause. Here we're looking at the Omani Peme Hung. So the cause does not fall into the extreme of being a permanent thing, singular thing that then is transferred into the result. So it transcends eternalism or existence. The result is not something that comes about without that relationship, that dependency upon the cause, and so that transcends nihilism, a discontinuity, a disconnect. So if the cause itself were permanent, were a thing, then when the Omani Peme Hung was recited by the teacher, if it were something that were literally transferred, that existed in its own right, that was unchangeable, and so forth, that would then go into and become the result, then there would be something that was transferred. And so we'd have like a permanence. Or then, and so the cause is impermanent and unestablished by its nature. And then the result is not something that comes about without that relationship to the cause. It's dependent upon it. It's in relation to it. So it's not causeless. It doesn't happen without a cause. It happens with a cause. And in this way, then, we understand how, then, the nature of dependent origination and the relationship between cause and result is not one of eternalism, of permanence or existence, nor is it of nihilism, of a discontinuity and disconnection. Now we come to the second analogy here, which is like a butter lamp or a candle. And so say you had several thousand butter lamps, and you have the first butter lamp is lit. And then you take the second one, and you light it, and then you take a third one, and you light it on the second one, and then a fourth lighting on the third one, and so on and so forth. There is a connection But when we look, it isn't like the first butter lamp, the flame, that then it was a permanent thing that existed that then was transferred to the later one. So there isn't actual transference of something of an ultimate, permanent, or eternal nature that's then transferring. But the later butter lamp that burns did not burn without a cause. It had a cause. So it's not a discontinuity, a disconnection. And so there is a dependency. The cause, we know that the result is dependent upon the cause, but that there isn't an actual thing that is the cause that exists as an eternal sort of permanent thing that then is transferred, and at the same time, there isn't a disconnection, a nihilistic disconnect in which it simply happens with no cause. What we know is that the appearances are dependently occurring, or occurring in dependence upon and in relation to each other. Of course, there are many subtler factors, but in general, here we're looking at this on the course level, in that we can see the dependent origination of all phenomena to be like these analogies. That everything has causes and conditions, but there isn't actually something being transferred. And that it transcends both eternalism and nihilism. We know that the result is dependent upon those causes and conditions. But the causes and conditions are not actually being transferred into a result. We know that, for example, in dependence upon the first butter lamp, the second one lit. And in dependence upon the second one, the third lit. And in the absence of that, the latter ones would not light. But it isn't that there is a light that is being transferred that is ultimately existent or permanent, an eternal thing that's transferring into the result, or that becomes a result. And so what we can say is that the result comes about in dependence upon and in relation to its cause, but it transcends those extremes. That's all?
Oh yeah, teni marme melon ze melon tang zugnin nikare melon na zugnin karwate zugnin melon na tan roma so ngatu kango melon na lan ro so na wow ngatu melon na la chik ta vir nir kam na nguni kyu kam kango melon na lan ro je khyo na korang ngo ma tur jin ro khyo na ngatu melon na la ta ga mar teni zorte yena melon na ka zugnin te ane 강우 되니 ngô temre la marteni shongyo mare tivchena te temre te teni re se tchik teni jazete re tangatsu teni kunda yenna da chacha yenna yanda tiche yenna yanda kare yenkyang teni korang ja korang ngola gang yopate phagila parta pini kamna tigang la lebyore manor wa chacha ana mana chigding ngola lebdore 대응 때니 거랑 야 거랑 거라 요비 대 르모 거랑 차창 뭐 띵월한 부공요 말에 거랑 뭐 마토르진도 부공요 말에 옛나양 때니 바로 보때 델라 때니 맙숑와 말에 델라 때니 숑요래 르모데 디브션나 때 템데 제야데 때니레 때니 메켈 제야데 때레 메켈 제야데 나투 디 meher la tenni me shong khyor wa tani meher la tenni me barthap khyor te ta u meher la tenni shong wi me te yang meher ke me te korang o ma to jin to yong me pare tani member song wi tam ribu re tim ribu te an ge te la marteni shong yo mar te li jamba kani shong khyo mar meher ke me la tenni shong re o tani chini tem de ze khyor.
Then when we look at the reflection on the mirror, it has the example of a mirror. When a form is in front of the mirror, it appears just as it is on the mirror. But the form doesn't go into the mirror. Nothing is actually transferred. But in dependence upon the face in front of the mirror, then the appearance of the face arises and is clearly seen on the surface of the mirror. If, when we went in front of a mirror, our face actually went into the mirror and was transferred into that, Rinpoche said we'd never go in front of mirrors.
Anymore, that's all.
That would be it, done. But that's not what happens. And so then the reflection can appear without actual transference of a thing, but there is the dependent relationship, the cause and result. And so then that's how a reflection occurs. Similarly, like a mold, or like a mold for a statue, or a mold for what we call tatsas, clay images, or like a stamp. So if you put a substance inside a mold, then it comes out with the exact shape. The mold has an image in it. It comes out with the exact shape of that image. But the image of the mold is not lost. It's not actually transferred. Transference of some existent thing into another object is not what happens. So there isn't actual transference. But in dependence upon and in relation to the mold, then the image on the substance is clearly apparent. And so it is dependent upon that as its cause and so forth, but there isn't actually a cause that is transferred into the result. And so then we say that's how they're dependently occurring. The mold is dependent, the image on the substance that comes out is dependent upon the mold. And there's a definite connection, not a discontinuity or a disconnect. It's not causeless. Or like fire glass. That would be like, say, a magnifying glass, like with the sunlight and stuff like that, that can light a fire. And so then using a magnifying glass, a fire glass, then with the right circumstances, fire can be lit. But it's not that there was something in the fire glass whose essence is existent and then it's transferred into and becomes the fire. But at the same time, the fire itself doesn't start to burn without being dependent upon and in relation to its causes and conditions, the fire glass and so forth. And so all of these are illustrative examples of how phenomena are occurring interdependently without actually being existent nor without being connected. And so they're dependently occurring, and that's what accounts for how they manifest or appear. Lasa?
Teni 사원당 뉴구니까래 사원당 리우니까이 나양 대칙 바레스 회나가주 사원랍 때님 뉴급숑 뉴글리 동우숑 동 루급숑 데리 때니 야칼론다 메톡 리우 름기름 기숑 히오레 옛나양 때니 코랑 사원 코랑 긍어와 만기르진 또 코랑 이엔르진 또 뉴그 인가 말아 대 코랑 어입 가가렘 독 가가레 로 가가레 차창 가갈록도 그래. 자완이니 듣그 말이 옛나요. 뉴그때 사운라 마테니 숑요 말을 땜데데 땜디 삼로 땅나 문이 참삼랍 삼로 땅나 땜데르 삼기만 캬바라와 가서 차창미 하고고요레 메톡직게 나양 텔라 사운직리께 텔라켄 칠르 쪽시르 니첸지 고요레 대타우켄 칠르 쪽시르 니첸지요 발랍 떼니 숑회요 바테앙 아주 하고고요레 옛나양 때 때문에 차완이 하고 요 말에 간립시니 던디 사원 총총직그 왜나 강동직이나 배 사원 총총직그 느리 강동점보직 갈래갈래 깨톱해요래 나주 로율 린디바다고요래 때문에 그 제한테 삼기면 캬반비 gem선 땡기 던디래 왜나 만제한테 간립시니 날라 판독 전부 제거도 또 그런 유견 때문에 그거니 Herman Yagbo Chiginana, then in not Parchewatan Manlatini Judo Yorba. Sherchu Tananga to Gimtan Tizi Hako Yori. Carjina Korangola Pagin Yoda over the Sherchu Chatani Lane Royalas Payorba. The Yena Yang Tenite Mind be Man Tony Zichik Zani, Nali Tadwanda, which can she Yodo. Man Ganuba at some Jimacapayo. Dev Gentonga to Ndumba Donna Teddy. When I got to Ndumba Donna, Tapan Halipa Chemboyor in Ndumba Donna. Tea Ndumba Dumbala Tenni, Parobo, Nali Tarvatan, King and Vanchali Tarandovate, Yungu Yorwa, Natsutan Dumbate, Chug Shin Laptang, Sangitam Shanchu San Watam give Shin Laptang, Ganza Koranka, Tapatang Mubaka, Gikin Temjana Tsoksona, then Nipper the Conso Pantok Yore. The Temjers at the Teddy race. Not any yam tarbo chiglangi in Dindi, Walker man canala chigiori. Not so Walker man canala lakpa like chikshini, zupo, ngola, chikshini, jutamapoyore. When Kumien Rao Marta, Teni chig mepza zeyorwa. Ti mepza jigni, tela teni juayore. Zubungola tragni. Yenang tela mixer kung ngayam sarsa chiglandayore. Nangama temjer mepza zeachigore. Korang mangla temjer mo mepza labiore. Okay? Ti Canada ore zenatani temjer mepza ze lupung olab jak gogo yomar. Okay? Napati lupung olab jak gomare. Napate kawa nakyo na tela takjap. Korang kawa when ngarang ke pumo nakyo na pumo la takche jap. Teni chik thonan dim chakpa gala nakyo nam chakpa gala korkor chik takche jap ni. Teni Paga la ngatang rawo gluchik stamba gubzokyori. Ngatang rawo chik.
Awesome.
Teni tig lutti ngola takyapne. Pumu ngota chakpa nyigi ngo nga nakyo pala takyapni pagi luk ngola. Tela mepzab jigni jigna pantok chungkyori di kansang de nakyo kante. Ngi kari zeko zin ngatu samlo tana how that's impossible dawo ngatu sam kare. Inna temjir knuba zete sam kime kepare. Ndetsola tendi ngatu kari hako google li gimri zete. When a li ndipshinam riu kanen diman. When a ngi li gewanda chikshina karib shininga milur tendedi chik top yong hinto glaso. Some can make up needed, Temder Chawa de Songatsu, some can make up and Natsu, he met a party, Sangitam Shansu and Juana Matokon. That's all up 10 Lee Gimri Natang, Kandishin in Rokoyo, Gewa Namatam Shemazia Kayo, Natsu Hako Gukor in Della Tenni, the Temder de Sotani. Or did it is?
So then we have like a seed. And so a seed is the cause, and then when it's planted, each stage is the result of the previous stage. So for example, then there's a stage of the sprout, and then from that, then there's, dependent upon that, it's a stage of like the trunk, and then maybe the branches, and then the leaves, and then the buds, and then the flowers, and so on and so forth. And so we can see that there's a definite connection between the seed and the sprout and eventually the result. Like we know through our knowledge that this result came from that seed. But if you look at the seed and you look at the result, you can't see any connection. It's just a small, tiny, round, hard seed. And yet we can't deny that independence upon and in relation to that, when that the result comes. And so in many ways, we can say the subtler levels of dependent origination are inconceivable. We know through our direct experience and investigation what causes produce what effects, but often at the time of the cause, we can't see anything that is similar to the effect. Like a flower, we know, okay, this is a seed for that flower. And if all the exact conditions, the water, the moisture, the amount of shade and sunlight and all the things are just right, so basically when all the causes and conditions are there, the result is inevitable. It will come. And then when they're not, in their absence, the full result doesn't come. And on the subtler and subtler levels, we can't really see that connection, for example, between the seed and the later stages. All we know is that there is one, for sure. But otherwise, it's quite a marvel to look at a tiny little seed and then see this huge tree and be able to say this tree came from that seed. It's beyond almost the scope of comprehension. And so dependent origination is extremely subtle. There's the obvious ways in which we can see, we know the connection, but we can't see the cause in the result and so forth, just like these examples are indicating how that dependent origination occurs. One thing that always amazes me is medicine. Like if you look at a medicinal substance, and there are certain medicines that are definite cures for illnesses. But this medicine is going to produce the result of being cured. There's no similarity between that substance that you're taking and the illness, and yet it can cure illness. Once we figure out which medicines work, what causes produce what results, we can use that. Obviously, there's certain forms of medical treatment that's more obvious, more apparent, like an operation. Like say you have a tumor or something in your body that needs to be removed, you go in, you operate, so you can see a little bit more of the dependent origination. But when it comes to a substance, like you're taking a pill and then that illness and all of its symptoms go away because of that, that's quite inconceivable. And yet once we've figured out the interdependence between what's the cure for what illness and so forth, when we use it and apply it, it works. This cause produces that effect. Or a similar thing would be like doing recitations, like say, for example, we're having obstacles and or with sickness even. And then we do a lot of practice, specific kinds of recitation practice and so forth. And then through the power of that practice, we're able to overcome those obstacles or overcome that sickness. What we can say is that due to the interdependence, the many causes and conditions, the power of the blessings of the Dharma itself, the power to affect Buddhas, of bodhisattvas, the power of the student, their own faith, their own devotion, and then doing the practice in a specific way, that when all the causes and conditions, essentially what we say is all the interdependence is complete, then benefit can be experienced as a result of that. And so sometimes, Rinpoche said, when I think of dependent origination, aka interdependence, I just marvel at it. Like there are different kinds of Tibetan medicines that are just like, for example, moxibustion. Then where there are certain ailments where you place on the body that substance and you do moxibustion, and it really does help the interdependence, the connection between those specific treatments of moxibustion and the illness, which, are quite different. The interdependence is such that in dependence upon and in relation to that, one can then be free from pain or sickness and so forth. But one of the ones that particularly, Rinpoche said, surprises me is there's a moxibustion called interdependence moxibustion. It actually has the word tendra, which is the Tibetan word for dependent origination, before the word moxibustion. And in that, they don't even touch the patient's body. So wherever the patient is having an illness, like say they're having a problem with their knee, then they would make a sign, like some kind of mark on the place of the illness on the knee. Or if it were on the shoulder, then they'd make a mark where the pain is on the shoulder. And then they take a tsampa, roasted barley flour dough, and they make it into an effigy like that, basically a body that's representing the person who's sick. And then they mark on the places of the effigy then where the pain or ailment is, and then they use moxibustion on those points, and people can be cured from illness through that interdependence. And we think, I've seen it. I've seen some doctors who do interdependent moxibustion. I was quite young, a young monk at the time. And I didn't really think much of it. It was just like, oh, that's interesting. But later, when I was thinking about it in this way, I thought, wow, that's really amazing, that connection. Because dependent origination, or interdependence, is really inconceivable. We know that a result is coming about in dependence upon and in relation to the cause. But like identifying what that is and how that is so subtle. Like, for example, karma, cause, and result. Like, these actions produce this result. Like, for example, then that the necessary positive actions to produce a human life and positive human circumstances then is something that we can't see. More evolved, realized beings like Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, they can see the subtle levels of interdependence. We can only see the most coarse, obvious ones, like in our outer world, the cause and effect relationship between them. But we don't directly perceive, at this point, the interdependence of karma, cause, and result, or, for example, the interdependence of past and future lifetimes and so forth. However, then as we learn about dependent origination, and as we examine what things that we can see that are coarse and obvious and perceptible, then eventually that leads us to understand the dependent origination, which accounts for the whole of our experience, even on these most subtlemost and almost inconceivable levels. Awesome.
Teni res, teni skirtang di, sontang ni lakdok, teni skir zete kare zenana, ta paror bu ganzak kanang na skirmo zakyo na, nga zu paror bu jambi ganzak jambati kanang la skirmo mena yang, ko kanang la chi yung tab kyo re. Korang zandot dawo chik kini chi yung kyo re. Te kierang soyang duwa. America la yang ti luktur yore, nga tso polai na pe matripate yore. Kwe na pama te tsu kyurmu rikzak yo na, pogi tini ti ngola tana, tini pogi te tsu kanang la yang, tini kyurmu kyurchi yongu yore. Tini dawore, tsawa nini te la tuk yo mare, kwenye takrangpo yore, te yin na yang, tini ki kyurmo yong tabu yore. Ten dawo yin na, tang chik, tev jintu, dra zete dra tang chakcha ni ka zek yore when na ganzak chik kenyung gzar lan ro ni chakrong gzar lan ro ni ka gyamna tani ta ganzak ti ka gyaba chema chibjin phagi chak nang li leb yong yore tani ganzak dra ta chachang phagi nang na ngo manjur ni song yo mare yenang paro buddha te yang tani gyula marten ni shong yo mare ganzak di dra tela tani shong re Tivshina korang testa wuchi gyurkin temdri goni nang tsambochi adratrak tsamchik shong sore. Tes temdri zena tindivshini noki ore eze. Tata ka khwe gyatta tere. Tes kare zek ore zena tani de korang ramshin ki matap jinta tripa chik ndo guhiyo mare. Gyuyang ramshin ki matapa imba chikte Tela te nim riu ramshin ki matu pachi yung du kuyo re sere. O dindiri.
Sour tastes is another one. So, for example, if someone is eating something sour and it's in their mouth, and another person sees them, then their mouth starts to salivate. And it happened to me without even seeing it. He just said it. And so we know that the saliva in the person's mouth who saw somebody else eating something then sour, that there wasn't actually transference of something that took place. And in fact, there was no contact that happened, but in dependence upon and in relation to that, then the result was that the other person started salivating. And you probably have like ways of speaking about this in your culture here in the West as well. In Tibet, we talk about that a lot. Like if parents are eating something sour and the kids see them, they start salivating. No matter how much kind of distance there is, and the fact that there's no direct contact, the result is that that the one who's just observing it starts to salivate. And so then we can see there's a definite dependent origination, a connection, but there isn't actually something that's transferred from one to the other. Another example is sounds, and here specifically, that sounds like the analogy of a canyon. And so then, an echo. So you go to a canyon and you make a sound, you speak or you yell, and then through that, in dependence upon and in relation to you making that sound, then you can hear it echoed back to you. But it isn't that the sound made in your mouth has been transferred and gone over there. Actual transference didn't take place, but definitely the cause was you making that noise. And in dependence upon and in relation to that, then the other noise is heard, the echo is heard. It resonates. Without that dependent origination, without the cause, the echo, the original sound, an echo could not resound. And so we can say it merely appears due to being dependent upon and in relation to the causes and conditions being present. And so it's dependently occurring. And so the dependent origination, the cause is not something that by its nature is established as an existent, permanent thing. The cause is unestablished by its nature. And there isn't actually something that goes into, the cause doesn't go into the result, but there's the definite relationship of independence upon and in relation to that cause, then the result, which also is not established by its nature, comes. And so the causes that are not existent by their nature, from those then come results that are also not existent by their nature. Also?
Mampowan kirtok shazim, pombo nyansum jorwayang mampowaya kirtok shazim. Tati huepsi nin tangazo ton karek song korezena, pombo nyansum jorwayang mertok waryang shazoni, mampowayang kirtok shazon. Te kareze kiorezena ngazo tahkewa ngamatang shimaza de kont temjik goni, tangazo warma chatto teni kewa mambo, leni yanto korwala. Look at corny, Corlon Coranam in Rogiores. Then Rogio Pirni Captelana Coran Pombo, Kewarnami Nirkap Pombo, the Kev Shemi Nirkap Lion, Teli Mo Coran Manjurwan Rovjakares and Rovjakamarizere, Takpatang, Dentubio Pachik, Pombo, Kev Shema, Tingolan, Roma, the Uxere. When Nangato Shindo Nirka, so Nam Hitam Ponogiore, Sem Shondachiba Tamcheta, Hanchik, when a Gurni Hipatang, Tochi Rakpa Mampoching as you hear Nikam Nangakdore, Corner Gin your Martin in Gakdore. Hagoswa tening Gakdore. Yenayang, Nam Him Tawa, Katsang Juba Namjin, Gongji Namki, Namki Hundam Tawa Sergeant Rikpate, Lila Ungayo Mare. Mauba Sangi Topir Nikap na. Yeki secret draw maton, Tivar maton, Conginam King Mar, Tehako, Yun Rang Wart and Rogiore. Deep share na when nga to carson din on their songa marik dubshit nam hitans. Third one is consciousness. Marik patang dubshit niki leaves of palap tenni, tel teach you can temrela tenni, kya shimini kap nam hit jong hyore te, nga to konji nam hiten chivir ni kap nam hi gorngi hibang gatsare, topik girak patam chit and gatsatore. 옛날에 다 사원 차창 요사대 리 요사 그 제고사대 공지 남김 차와대 스키박사르정을 빠지 남기잖아 때래 그런 죽은디 더트 빠탄 라가 말아와 히박사르 지기요래 대 와르돌란 로적 그래서 옛날에 흥미 촌 치키니까 그 남기 사르정을 빠 코랑 덴트부터 딱바 임바 지금 와르돌란 부송을 말해 공도 샤파 남신 그 고고래 회 ngami nam khi 그 gyupchi yore tangak songwi jila wardu nam khi te tema thakto di gyun chik pare tab jak yore ina ngo chik mare gyun rerwa yore tani wardo la checham ni thamna te chamki nyama nyin chigla ta ami khokpi na lan rowi ni kamna te nam khi rawa telan rob jak yore ti kap tela tani ta wardu nam khi 그 gyun te tani ma yong yore tela 옛날 양반이 그 와르두 남기 ngo마데 코랑 ngo 만겨르신도 대 용어지나 용어 말. 왜나 사분 리 뉴급 숑레다 옛날 양 뉴급도 사운 만겨르신도 숑요 말와. 사운 여니 뉴급 숑어레 딥시나 와르두 니급 그 남기 딩게마 탁도 디지마 그 남기 그 긴텝 숑저요레. 다 아미 kokpa nanglan도 당아주 깨와르 nga마다 시마제야 금데르바테 테니 트브레. nam hi 그 긴자테 히박 사르정릭 빠즈 따르땅아 존도가 너야 로나 아미 코파난 그 남히 그 긴저와 디 아마 코파난 그 남히 때요 코랑 히박 사르정릭 빠리 또 뱀보 지기 용 뜨거 말아 뱀보 그 깁시니 코랑 예링 그 제때 코랑 당다고 지 용국이오래 왜나 뱀보 남이나 히바 맹간 그 들때 들그 긴 들니 용국이오래 사운리 뉴콜라 속바당 사원리 허동 용케오 파테서 드르크 길립 댕기 더 용케오레 마토 히바라 테니 히바그 드르케 타비안다 와탕 녀랭그 줍시니 드르키 히바케 타비안다 와치 용야 용말 무부 추닐라 타테 마보 장아요레 나와산지 필로글라 케와르가 마담 셰마제아테요 르피고니 니프티오 메탑메 파레사메치 ngātsu ngōnsum ki mārik nāyāng rīgpī gōni kiāng tēcam rīp tawiyā yore. Tēn dīrīp shīni rōgu yore ndē wārdō tātā kiāng tsū. Dīnāng kārī sōnduk pōmbō nyāngsam yorwa yāngsi. Sēmchīn chik wāna tēnrō chik khani kiawa mī kiawa lēn nā. Tātī kiawa shīmā lēn gu khiyo nā zirē pōmbō kiawa shīmī nyāngsam yorwa tēyāng. Mūmbō wār yāng khir tōkshiyā zirā ngāmi 폼보도 뜬루 니르급고 폼보 코랑 마기라 레비 용 말해서 대용나다 백캠사워와 샘 뜬루 오마기 샘 때당 드니 죽보양 직터나 라키 누구 용칸 직터 용 그래 흥아마 용칸 라키 용칸 레와다 때마르와 뜬각 소나 디 지라랑 글리던 덤 비껴시만 용 그래서 포옹와 말해서 옛날 개합심이 폼보데 ngami 폼보라 마르텐니 쇼아 마레스 딱바양 마레 쳇바양 마레 딱시니 가당 짜로레스 테 마용나 마 가립시니 부송 템데 데세리 That's all 템데 그누밥 삼기 마캬파레 오 고트니 랭고 키오레스
And so the text continues saying, the aggregates come into being through connections. However, be wise and realize there is no actual transference. And so like those examples, the mind-body aggregates also go through the processes through connections, are dependently occurring. And so now we come to the kind of main point of interdependence, which is of seeing how dependent origination accounts for past and future lives and how it operates, how there is an uninterrupted cycling, one after another, like turning in a wheel, that is taking place where we go through one experience after another. But it isn't the case that the mind-body aggregates of the previous incarnation, of a previous birth, are literally transferred into the future birth, where there's like something that exists there, some essence that then transfers. There's not something permanent, established existential thing that goes from the previous life into the next life, just like these examples that are being given. And so then when we look at our mind-body aggregates in any given lifetime, we have then our physical form, and then we have our consciousness and our mental states. And when we talk about reincarnation, the continuity of uninterrupted births into experiences, we speak about it upon the basis of the principal or fundamental consciousness and mental states. So we're not speaking about the temporary consciousnesses, the 5 sense avenues, for example, of seeing, hearing, and smelling, and so forth, nor the conceptual thoughts. Those have a discontinuity. Those cease at the time of the death. But when we speak about then continuity, a continual stream of consciousness, we're speaking about the subtler consciousness we spoke of yesterday, which is the all-ground consciousness. That is on the sort of fundamental base level of our experience, that is defined in and of itself as being conscious and aware. And that each previous moment of conscious and awareness accounts for the next moment of conscious and awareness, dependently occurring, moment to moment. That one is difficult to reach an actual cessation. That doesn't cease until the complete and total omniscience of timeless knowing is fully realized. And so the subtler all-ground consciousness, conscious and aware on the subtlemost level, is what we speak about in terms of birth and rebirth into the states of existence. And so then once the previous links of dependent origination are present, ignorance and formations, in dependence upon those and in relation to those, there is consciousness, which is then this ground consciousness, which is what is the first moment of being alive in any given lifetime. And so in dependence upon and in relation to ignorance and formations, those are the causes and conditions, in dependence upon and in relation to which then there's a future birth, a first moment of consciousness in any given life. And where did that consciousness come from? A previous moment of consciousness. So when we speak about the death and dying process, what happens is all of the 5 senses of this life, the 5 sense avenue consciousnesses, together with all of our conceptual thoughts, those cease at the end of this life. And then what we have is the ground consciousness, or the all-ground consciousness. And that is like, for example, the seed. And so then that is the stable, conscious and aware continuity of moments that's interdependently occurring each moment to moment, in which then the karma, our actions, are imprinted like seeds into that all-ground consciousness that is conscious and aware. And its substance is consciousness, not material matter. That's the difference. Consciousness is not material matter. And so consciousness comes from a previous moment of consciousness. That's its dependent origination. And so then a previous lifetime ends, and then from independence upon and in relation to that final moment of the ground of all ordinary experience consciousness, then another moment of consciousness is experienced, which is then what we call the Bardo, the interim state of consciousness. But it isn't that there's something that ultimately exists that is transferred. It's just like these analogies. We can see relationship to the cause and result, but there isn't actual transference that is taking place. And yet, due to dependent origination, then there is the later moment of consciousness. It's dependently occurring. And so the previous moment of consciousness in the previous life, for example, is the cause and independence, and upon and in relation to that, there's another moment of consciousness. So we have a continuity of consciousness, which is the same substances. Consciousness comes from its consciousness, but it doesn't exist. So it's not that there's actual transference, just like the seed to the sprout, just like the examples that are given here. There's the definite dependent relationship in which one moment comes from a previous moment, and they're interconnected as cause and result, but we don't actually have something being transferred. And then the final moments of the Bardo consciousness then accounts for the first moment in which consciousness enters the womb, at the moment of conception when it connects and it becomes alive, conscious. A being there that is about to be born into whatever life form that is. And so that first moment of consciousness came from a previous moment, the Bardo consciousness. Again, it isn't that there's something that exists there that is transferred, just like the seed and the sprout, but there's a definite connection between cause and result, previous moment and later moment. And so there's constant change and impermanence and so forth, but it's not like an unchanging substance is transferred into another unchanging result. But there's a continuity of moments of each interdependently occurring. And so a previous lifetime's consciousness becomes the interim Bardo consciousness, and then that moment, that final moment of that, then becomes the first moment of consciousness in any given life. What we can say is that it is dependently occurring in the same manner that we have been examining here, and that there's a definite connection between cause and result. For example, that consciousness is conscious and aware. Then the later previous moment of consciousness is conscious and aware. That's its definition. And that's why it is not something that comes from material matter, which is inert, which is unconscious and not aware, because you can't have a result that isn't connected to the cause. Only specific causes produce their specific results. And so the perpetuating cause is same in substantial nature. So for example, when you have a material object, the previous moment of that material is the cause, independence upon, and in relation to which you have the next moment of that material. They're interdependently occurring, but the cause and result are similar in that they're both material, if we're talking material matter. Consciousness, not being material matter, cannot come from material matter. It can only come from its own specific cause, which is the previous moment of consciousness. So the nature of cause and result of interdependence is that it has to be its specific cause for its specific result to occur, which we've spoken about previously, and then independence upon and in relation to that, its result comes. That's how things work. That's the nature of phenomena. Rinpoche said there's so much to study about this topic. For example, in Buddhist logic and reasoning, there's whole scriptures devoted on the logical process of establishing past and future lives, based principally on dependent origination, which we're touching upon, the core aspects of that here, whereby one reaches a certainty, even though we can't directly perceive it, we can't directly see the cause and result, we know for certain that we've logically established and proven that that is how it operates. So here, then, we can begin to get an idea through this explanation of dependent origination And through the examples that are given how that cause and result relationship goes beyond the two extremes of existence or eternalism and of discontinuity or nihilism. So for example, when we talk about reincarnation, we're not saying that the mind-body aggregates of a previous life are transferred into and then go to the next life. That would be quite interesting, Rinpoche said. Like, for example, then if one were an animal in a previous life, they had an animal body and consciousness, then that would mean that no matter what other life form they were born into, that they would still have the consciousness of an animal, and then maybe we'd have, like a human with horns, because when they were an animal, they had horns. If there's like really something literally being transferred. But that isn't how it works. The causes and conditions for that previous form, the previous lifetime, whatever species or being we're born as in our experience of mind, body, consciousness there, ceases when the causes and conditions for that life cease. Then, through the continuity of the subtle all-ground and the habitual imprints, then the next life is similar to or resembles as a projection of those accumulated habitual imprints in the mind stream, correspond to that, not what was before. But when we look at that consciousness and dependent origination, using these examples here, we can see that even though there's a definite connection between the previous moment and later moment, that they're dependently occurring, that this cause produces that result, and their definite relationship, we can't actually see or establish that there's something that existent that's being transferred into the next moment, from one lifetime, for example, into the next. All we can say is that in dependence upon and in relation to the previous moments and all that came before, then the latter moments or future experiences arise. And so then it transcends being the extremes of permanence, of an eternalism, of something existent being transferred, but it also transcends being the extremes of a discontinuity in which there's no connection whatsoever. It's dependently occurring. Rinpoche said that's all. The power to effect of dependent origination, or we could say of interdependence, is truly inconceivable. That's all.
Oh, yeah, Teni. Where's Ponyam Sumabanki to Jazz? Khentrul T'hayé Rinpoche, Kanki Chapra Nam Takpa, number Mumki Tay, Nikan Showing Ton Manton, sorry. Tandani Ma Kari Rezena subject Tukpa. Tani Takni Tam Tariopi Tenjam Rem Jovi Tonta Tonsong with Topki. Tela teni ngubu niluk te kona nyin tongni drorwer pate tandani ma nyonyong jiksong re teni tangbo Khentrul T'hayé Rinpoche kangi chapra nam takpa zena temdir zate kongtangi shapa tarta na khentuni kyang thawari thawa zena zammo jipi tonde chong zemare Khenduni kyang zammore kondu shapa start na temder ke tonze te nga chu tuba tang samba tang gomba yakpo mapshi na temder ke ton te yakpo chi khakoya li hao yo mare tenchang rever jongwi ngubo ze ya te ta kanz ki hwena rjitsawa ni yo mare zena chapartaware Chabar tawa jinak chik tere, tani kaki ke, tani jistawa nini yo mares. Jimete zena chata chikres. Yana kaki ke, tongpa nit zena chiang me partawo ching zena chabar tawa res. Ter tawo chatak ni dwa. Ter tawo chatak ni te, Kangi chapter number takpa blue ter tawo drop takna ter ngubu niluk tang thamba mare ezekior 고초 되니 Jigme 메파 찍리 용요 말레스 회나 가수 깨완디 독고 깨와대요 깨와 ngami gyotong ken yo mar zena chatares gyotong ken yo mar zena chatares yana tani pombo tamche ramjin ki mat pi tomba nyete zena o chiang me pa mekyang mam ka taure zena chatares de nika chataraures Number mumki te ne ken lip shongi tomam tongson number mumki zena ngubu niluk namjik tamchet te yekpo mkhim khan ke ganzak namki ten cham rerim jongwa chu tamchet temrili yong hyo pi ton ngoma te ma hi pareze khina kong du sha partarto takchet jumri ni ke wala takchet ni tang tarbi godi na khore chapi shok so long khyo mar takpi shok so long khyo mare Oti mahi pi wangan dar tau shong khiore songre. Oda tere.
So now we come to the sixth section in the outline, which is seeing the suchness, the natural state, and in dependence upon that seeing, then becoming liberated. And so how liberation occurs. And so then there's a very brief discussion of this. And so this is the sixth section in the outline. And so then in the words it says, this is an extremely subtle point. Those who examine and arrive at a nihilistic view completely lack wisdom, for they do not see the meaning of originating from conditions. So when we see the meaning, when we see how things are dependently occurring, then through that, then we come to realize their empty nature, the natural state, suchness. And that seeing leads to liberation. And so here a few words are spoken about in this regard. And so first of all, then dependent origination, as we've been speaking about, is extremely subtle. That doesn't mean it's completely imperceptible, it just means it's extremely profound. And so then when we look at the meaning of dependent origination, or what often people say is interdependence, it does take a thorough examination of our part and a process of hearing enough teachings, of contemplating and thinking about the meaning, and of meditating. It's not that easy to just simply understand because of its depth and profundity and scope and all of its implications. And so then in the understanding of that, if we kind of don't fully comprehend what it means to occur in dependence upon and in relation to be interdependently occurring, then some, not seeing that, fall into the trap of thinking that there is no cause, that things are causeless, and that would be considered a nihilistic view, which would be like a discontinuity, a disconnection, because they're saying things come about without that relationship, the connection to a cause. They're disconnected. They're just happening. Others come to that nihilistic view on the other sense of where they determine that everything is emptiness, and they think that it's a void nothingness, like there's nothing there, and the absolute non-existence. And so then that's also what's called a nihilistic view. So the term nihilistic view, or in Tibetan a discontinuity, the view of disconnection, basically has two meanings. One, but both do not correspond to the way things are. One is in which an individual determines that there is no cause for a result, that it's random, that it doesn't have to have a cause. It's causeless. So for example, when we talk about this life, they would say that there were no causes and conditions in a previous life contributing to this experience. There's a total disconnection. There's discontinuity. So that would be a nihilistic view. Or on the other hand, then they might examine and determine that emptiness means that the mind-body aggregates, that they're not established to exist by their nature, that means a nothing whatsoever, a complete absence or empty void, like space, like nothingness or non-existence. That would also be the view of a discontinuity, a nihilistic view. So there are two different kind of levels of what we call a nihilistic view. And so the text says, because this is such a subtle point, those who examine but arrive at that nihilistic view have not yet arrived at the understanding of the way things are, of their natural state. They have not yet understood how all phenomena are dependently occurring. The understanding of all phenomena dependently occurring is understanding that interdependent origination is beyond or transcends the two extremes of permanence, of there being something that exists that is being transferred, and of discontinuity or a nihilistic view. That cause and result are free of both of those factors, go beyond those views, do not fall into the extremes. 나서?
그랬더니 달랍 사샤강에 맵적버샤와 쩌면 양덕 닐라 양덕 따양덕 동나 넘버 쫄러제 오야 다더니 니츠 지마 그 비제템 레룩양 망보요레 더니 코랑 잠모양 할리파 잠모 냠렌 잠모치 그리 잠모샤나 잠모샤야요레 도동샤니 샤남 도동샤니 샤야요 파치그레 더니 նակ타와 잠모 동샤니 샤나 նակ타와 잠모 조친당 섹신 속당샤나양 대덕당 레위네 타와 잠모 흔드니 경 잠모치 로트비아그 측비치그레 링가마데 달랍사르 샤강 메비적버 샤와치양 мет제 다 달랍사르 샤강 메비적버 샤와치양 мет제나 tencham dream jowi chunda tak tham chela dember trupi ramjin chan ka nguni dember trup du yopi dember trupa yimba takba yimba chikpo yimba nga chu so su ke wonam ji drop tak pa nang jin ka deni chong ka cha nga ma chi nguni yod ni tap sar goya ka yo mare esri ka jin ye ni yod mam yo korang ni lugla deni Vijekpar shawa chongzad met zena ta korang yontan yar nonni. O ni ramjin ki tipi chu ni mare. Di ramjin nga zolar nawi ramjin ki ma tipi chu natak tham chette ya nombab shini yontan ke cha xar tu tirtang lar nang goya yang kayang yo mare eser. Ta zena korang ka ramjin ne yeni ramjin te 동니 추kirku ramjin chan reis chu thamki ramjin zate tela yarnan goya naya yo mare map triya yang yo mare korang ye ni ngubu chuni map chupa thomani ni chang map chupa korang chuni teta reis sarjik thamche tam tarware har suta gnala chigni ore no what
chima mepa
Trua mepa, gawa mepa o labori. Ma lenya yang kyong cha gayang yo maret. Chu ki riang zena, chu ku long la. Yon den ge chak sar to no ya yang gayang yo maret. O te tang ton da chik chak yo re de. Tang a chu kong la ten ni temrir ke ton to ha ko wala ten ni chu tham ji ki ram jin. Korang temrir yim bi shna korang tongni dimbayang hako dogo yore. Ramjin ki matra payamba hako dogo yore. Te tau ramjin ki matra pi chu tamshi ki chuni te sarjik tamshi tang tarwari esir.
In this, there is nothing to be removed, nor anything to be put in place. See accurately what actually is. When seen truly, there is complete liberation. So these words are very profound and can be explained according to different approaches of varying levels of profundity. They can be explained according to the approach of the wisdom generated in the sutras, and they can be explained according to the level of wisdom, of the profound wisdom of the secret Mantrayana view, of the views of Dzogchen or of Mahamudra. And so they're very profound words with a great depth of meaning. So in this, in the true nature of phenomena, as it is, interdependently occurring, its nature is such that there is nothing to be removed and there is nothing to be added, to be placed. And so all phenomena occurring interdependently, not established by their very nature as truly existent and so forth. When we look, because phenomena are not established to be inherently existent by their very nature, they're not permanent, singular, and so forth, all the attributes with which we attribute them with. It's not as if then previously we had these flaws that actually existed, that had an inherent truth, and now we have to remove them. Because timelessly, the very nature of phenomena is such that they didn't exist in the first place. So there's nothing to be removed in their true nature, in their natural state. Nor anything to put in place, something to be added. Like now, then the process of realization means we're adding all the positive qualities. In terms of the nature of appearances, by their very nature, not established to have any kind of inherent truth or existence whatsoever, there aren't some separate qualities that now have to be added to that natural state, that we add to or that we produce to add to it. Because its nature is timelessly empty by nature. The true nature of all phenomena is such that there isn't something to add nor something to subtract. And so as we come to know that natural state, we realize this truth. And so in the Heart Sutra, for example, it said, there isn't anything to, I don't know what my words of translation were, there isn't anything to add to it, and there's nothing to subtract from it. Essentially, then, the basic space of phenomena, the Dharmakaya, is replete with all of the qualities in its natural state, by its very nature. No. Chuku Yunten.
No, I'm saying.
Oh. Oh, he's saying.
No, ferment.
He's talking to himself. And so it's not like there's some qualities that now have to be added to the state, nor some flaws that have to be removed from that state. And when we truly understand, when we have the wisdom of understanding dependent origination, this is realized. Because phenomena are dependently occurring, by their nature, they are emptiness. And so the emptiness is the interdependent origination, that they're dependently occurring is the reason they are empty and not established by their very nature, and at the same time the reason why they appear and manifest. And in that nature that is not established according to any extreme whatsoever, that dharmata, that ultimate nature of phenomena, there's nothing to be taken away and nothing to be added to that. And so this final statement is very profound in this way, is indicating what is realized when the meaning of dependent origination is fully realized. Also?
Teni terin dalap sarchacho ya shoparchacho. Yang tak nyela yang tak ta yang tak thona number trol zete. Terta wo nilu ngimdo ku shatang ko wang tu china tezekyo tenindi tenjam deren jongwi nyangpo khorang ka song tang te zowum do tang jarni song khayore mahayana tang jarni di hirap tang deren song khayore. Ta ona terta wo chikang khorang ye ni terta wo yina tang ato karishini torgu kare zena. How can we liberate it? Zena ta karishini tor kare zena. Ta te zena teni yang tak nyela yang tak tas. Ta ngubu nilug yang tak pa ye ni rete on chang ato kartang kondu sha partarto marig patang zonzeng ker tokba thoma me pitu ni wachak zammo yo pi gemsen ki marig patang wachak zammo ko drip ni thonghe yo mare. Yinna yang ngatu teni thubab shit tsik chamcha te teni nilug ku ton yo pi tsik tamche te nga tsu gyang tab khayo re te tu. Teni tu bi hirab ket, teni ti ton te la, ton dak ngoma te la, sambi go ni, rondok jet, teni ngipa ket. Khako ni, te yang tak pir ni lugla yang tak par ta zena, teni ti ton la gum jaw ya te. Yang tak ton la yang tak tas, teni yang tak pir ni lugum thona, kyon tamche li toror shekare zekyo re.
The words say, see accurately what actually is. When truly seen, there's complete liberation. And so here, if we're speaking according to the way in which this is taught, according to the sutra approach of the heart essence of dependent origination, which is originally taught in that category of the sutras of the Mahayana, then the profound wisdom, the prajna, according to that approach, then when asking how does liberation occur, here it says, see accurately what actually is. And so first, we're bringing our mind to see things as they are, the correct view that sees the natural state of phenomena. And due to our ignorance, our non-recognition, our unseeing of that, and our dualistic perceptions of that, and all the disturbing emotions surrounding and associated with that, since beginningless time, we have an enormous amount, a dense level of habitual imprints that obscure us from seeing what actually is, from seeing accurately. So the process here is where we hear teachings on dependent origination, where we study them, where we hear them again and again until we have a correct comprehension of having heard and understood. So we have the wisdom of hearing. And then we take that and we examine it and we clear away our doubts and hesitations and anything that we are confused or uncertain about, and we contemplate that meaning until we arrive at a certainty of that meaning, and then we have the wisdom of contemplation. We have a certainty. Then that certainty, we meditate on that, which we integrate it into our experience through meditation practice until we begin to have the direct experience of seeing. And that's what it means here to see accurately what actually is, where we have a direct perception of the natural state just as it is, this view that sees it accurately. And through that, then we're freed, we're liberated from all flaws, we're released from all flaws, and liberation occurs. So this is one way of one approach for explaining the meaning of these words.
Teni yang tak tana dalap yang tak dalap sa yang tak dalap yang par yang sar sia chung yang tak nyela yang tak ta yang tak pona na batol che yang tak nyela yang tak ta zena zamu wang to samlo tana 당아주 릉악거니까 샷요비 아주 샘기 추닛 샘기람진 덱식냥 보리 덱식냥 보자때 출구 당롱고 출국섬 꼭섬제나 꼭지제나 꼭nga제나 차상 종주견 말 탐치찌긴 말 던디 그람진 잔때 샘기니룩 좀 통나대리에서 영아딱 통나제나 예니 영아딱 봐 샘기니룩 대어식비 냥보 제아테 슈쿠르가 그당니친 테레스 고즈쿠 당테리 그 자식 잔찰고 용큰 거 고제키요 마르테 온장 tani terta urkur nga yehir nga kabdagni chendes korang ti ramjin chendes te ye thoma nyenni korang teres sakchi ke terta uzu maso semki ramjin churko zena ko thamchet dubjago pala churko zena digre dinir kabla tonki nga chu semki chuni dani luk tere 대다고 영어 딱바리 영어 딱바라 영어 딱바 따듬 통나 영어 딱 년라 영어 딱 따지 영어 딱 통나 넘버 2 어떤지 송표레스
Then when we read the same words, see accurately what actually is, when seen truly or accurately, there is complete liberation. So see actually what actually is from the more profound perspective. Seeing what actually is would be then the direct perception of the nature of mind, its true nature, our Buddha nature, which is taught and pointed out to us in the secret Mantrayana approaches. And so in those profound approaches, the Buddha nature is directly pointed out and we see it just as it is. And that Buddha nature is Dharmakaya. It is, we could say, the 3 kayas, or we could say the 4 kayas, or we could say the 5 kayas. Basically, all the attributes that define then these qualities that are referred to as the kayas are indivisible, are one nature, are the nature of our mind. And when our mind's natural state is seen, that is accurate seeing. And that Buddha nature is the nature of the 5 kayas. When we say kayas here, we're not talking about a body, like a physical form with hands and gestures and so forth. We're not speaking about deities. But we're talking about qualities. The 5 kayas are a description of the qualities of the absolute nature of mind. The 5 kayas, the 5 aspects of timeless wisdom, they are our mind's nature. They have always been our mind's nature, timelessly. No one made or produced them newly. Simply, our mind's nature has always been this. Essentially, we can call that Dharmakaya, our absolute dimension, in which all kayas are subsumed, are complete, as indivisible from that. But basically, the natural state, the true nature of our mind, seeing that accurately is seeing truly. And when it is seen what actually is the nature of our mind, then that is liberation. 맞어?
때랬더니 다 때다고 얘기제나라 샘기르니룩제나양라 때 아주 샘기람진 때래 공지람진 양 때래 거르기 히비람진 양 때래 대변동 아주 다다 뇨모바 도책 제르당 공당 아주 쫀마보직 리당 뇨모바당 마보샤송아 더쇼직니 둑자근군이 삼로다나 tani li ta nyumo ba ze khiore ina ta shuk chig ni ta khiore shuk jamba chig ni ta na tani kar ze na ti ramjin ta korang de ye khire khona khongtho ji sha ngam ba chig de chi ni ni lu kwang to sam lo ta na khongtho ji sha ngam ba chig yo mar da gan zin ji sha ngam ba chig yo mar sem ka nam tok zo sem shong kari yin na da korang ka ramjin yehi main bak chikchang yung mar chord gore yedi korang ramjin 얘는 코랑 조르도거나 가르치는 아주 컨트롤 좀 따고 요래세나 아주 뭐마 히니 컨트롤니데 착해요래 노밥시 비 라운지한테 착록요래 둥아 그라운지 얘기가 인지 그때래 마통 둥아 펑니 얘기가 짜예요 말아 둥이 뭐 희소나 얘기가 그래서 어때다고 양당 통나 양당 조르 그래지 Nyumo ba kulni tor thapkai ore, dungar kulni tor thapkai ore.
So when we say timeless knowing, jhana or yeshe, that is the mind's natural state. It is the mind's actual nature. And in fact, then when we say mind, all aspects of mind, the all-ground consciousness, its nature is timeless knowing. The 5 avenues of sense consciousnesses, their nature is timeless knowing. All of our disturbing emotions, in fact, all the things that we've been pointing out that are flaws, our karma and our disturbing emotions that we've been speaking about as if they were flawed, that's one perspective. There is a perspective in which they're harmful, and so we consider them bad. But the other perspective is, what is their nature? Their nature is timeless knowing. So anger, which we think of as bad, its actual nature is timeless knowing. The concept of grasping to self, which we think of as bad, its nature is timeless knowing. All of the concepts of our mind, all of principal mind and mental states, their actual nature is timeless knowing, is timelessly already liberated, has always been the nature of liberation. So why do we speak of them as being flawed and bad? Because relatively, when we don't recognize their true nature, for example, we get angry, and then we engage in harm, and then we experience suffering, then relatively we experience it as a source of suffering. But in actuality, its nature is not other than timeless knowing. We just haven't recognized it. So for example, if you have 2 individuals together and both get angry, one recognizes the nature of anger and remembers the practice, has a stable and deep enough practice to do this. In that moment, it's liberated. Because there isn't a second moment, so there's no accumulation of karma. It's liberated before any karma is accumulated.
Before the karma accumulated.
The other, not recognizing the anger, then is angry. They have another moment and so forth, and they're accumulating karma. And their face gets red and unhappy and looks mean. And the other might be relaxed and kind of smiling and just sort of relaxing there.
Yeah, hi, can we go to the restaurant today? The other person said, no, I'm not going there. I'm not hungry even. One liberated,
one didn't. We're just talking about the difference of recognizing what it is or not recognizing what it is. One is liberating, one is not.
You know? So, then when it
says see accurately what actually is, when seen actually, there is complete liberation. You might remember from the mind training in the carrying adversity onto the path, when suffering arises, you can carry it onto the path using loving kindness and compassion, and or you can recognize its natural state and rely on absolute bodhicitta. And then it says confused appearances are seen as emptiness, which is the 4 kayas. The emptiness is the unsurpassed protection. So when we realize then its empty nature, it's the unsurpassed protection.
control de ramjin ki mat pi chani dharma kaya se kiore. Control de nang zam yin bi chani, control kon har zam ye kio bi chani, dani dharma kaya se kiore. Dani control dang har dong wi cha dang nang wi cha ni ka de zong ju yin ba de tatat me bi chani long ku se kiore. Dani sim she kiore de yin don't like chik. Ngo chikin bi chani ngo ni ku se kiore. Nguni shana tini zammo yore lo jong na de.
The mind training is actually very profound. For example, when you look and it says to recognize the nature of the affliction, say like anger as the four kayas, and that's the thing, unsurpassed protection of emptiness. So, for example, then the ultimate nature of anger is Dharmakaya. That's its absolute nature. And so that is emptiness. So its empty aspect is called Dharmakaya. The fact that it appears or manifests, the mere appearance of anger, the experience of it, the appearance itself is called Nirmanakaya. The fact that the anger and the emptiness are not two separate things, but they're indivisible, that they're identical, essentially they're one and the same thing, is what is called Sambhogakaya. And that we can speak about these three aspects of it, Dharmakaya, Nirmanakaya, Sambhogakaya, the aspects of it, but that they're one single nature, is called Swavabhakakaya, which means the kaya of single essence. So it's that profound in those instructions. So we want to know, to recognize the four kayas. And so that is its accurate nature, but then we actually have to accurately see it just as it is, to be the nature of the four kayas. And so just going back to that example of anger, if we recognize it, if we don't recognize it, it's experienced as harmful. If we recognize it, its nature is timeless knowing wisdom. The five poisons of the mind, their nature is timeless knowing, which is why we call the five aspects of timeless knowing. So it's not like there are five poisons that are to be abandoned and then we're seeking out timeless knowing wisdom, but that the very essence of the five poisons itself is the wisdom. And that's what it means to accurately see it. If we accurately see it, we see what it is, and then the disturbing emotions, the mental afflictions, and all that is associated with is liberated. And that also means that we're being liberated from suffering. Also.
Teni yang tak nyela yang tak ta zere tanga so karma kaki malhak masong. Teni ngim jugma de la kirang so chipsha ya yo. Teni kari yin zena nga zu zhong ton juk zok song. Teni mjuk de la ta nga so tang sang zambu lang lam zhong jin jik pare. Teni nga so mang chuk mang po re. Dev jin to ma mang po. Teni chapten da man dan do khyo ren zambu lang la. Teni chong kun chuk pa mang po da man da jap ning. 당상 계속 뒤지 캠 사본다고 요래 때 옛날 당아주 때문에 중니권이 삼로직 당나 된정들은 좋은 코라코라 들이래 참삼나 뒤지 잠본다고 참삼나 뒤지 ጽ본다고 용화대 거기 춘이 된방 아주 하고 그래 되니 그냥 주 때문에 임바양 하고 그래 아 되니 아주 딱 돌아가는 소수 간데 견감비 옥도 송장 라나 소수 직등 글루고 야르 상쇼때 저 남양 뭐냐봐 당네 대니 종때 랑그 냠링 그 대남양 뭐냐봐 즉 고그레제 따땡이 가르제 거지는 이 당보 랍고 당보 대랍 라마 입지 노루 측니 오래 뜻배 판통 둑삼그 당상 콩 양마페 공고는라 콩만칸나니 양 펩조 임비 까라 콩고 카버거나니 라롱거 그 자와당 안에 차성 냠도 공거 송쉣 탐이 야rdamchig 나요래 랑축 마커르 제직 당 잔스 마축 제직 때 되니요래 디 랑축 마커르 제때 켄 가레 톡라 용나양 야럽 잠쇼 직등 길룩 야럽 잠쇼 대당 추룩 그 냠는 대랑랑 소수 냠는 추그 냠는 그 축대 허르니 그만 도자니 할이 뜻 중고 손이 뜻직 니 대잔스 마축 제때 잔라 노파 마치 지피톤데 젠테니 나츠 나와 로난다 나와 만로난다 테니 나츠 카상 공도는 따와 땡정도 쇼pan 세와 메파 지바데 테리 딥셔나테니 잔키 톡도 룽르이스음기 노파 마치바 디 땅라테니 판 칸트트십시니 따야테 오테레 디고니 잔스 먹투부 자테 용회오레 디 technique 데 계랑주 셈랑이 탐이 측대인 계랑주 더 셈라직 종록 치세 디 technique 소원하라잖아 계제 탐망이 때 탐마가 Jigme na duan di toklab de yin labin. Yin ta yin ti ngun te lab jignan jigre. Ya ta dang ya ko. Dom tsik yibjin oru dom tsik chik
So
yore
Rinpoche said, now we've completed the main body of teachings and the whole text here for these weekend teachings. And so I just wanted to leave you with a bit of advice that kind of in the conclusion of these teachings. And this is advice that was given by my own guru, His Holiness Jigme Phuntsok Rinpoche, Yijin Norbu. Before he passed, he was in the hospital and he called Larongar and spoke over the phone and the speakers to all of his students, the monks and nuns and residents there. And he gave his final sort of will and testament in his final words, which were, don't lose your own ground, don't disturb other people's minds. And so then these are very powerful, this is a very powerful advice that he gave. And it's something that we would do well to keep in mind right now under all the adverse circumstances that we face in the world today with the rising of the destruction of the four elements and their imbalances, of the rising of war, of the kind of turbulence and turmoil in politics, of all of the instability of business and commerce. And so on the one hand, to bring to bear upon this, these 12 links of dependent origination. This is the nature of samsara that's dependently occurring. And sometimes then that dependence brings about, there are certain time periods where things are more mellow and gentle, and then there are other times that are a lot rougher and difficult. And this is the nature of cyclic existence. And for as long as it endures, dependently occurring, it's going to have its ups and downs. And so it's important that as we face that, that we don't lose our own ground, that we don't become completely lost to all the adverse conditions and all the difficulties that we see and so forth, that we really hold to our own ground. So on the one hand, then in worldly ways, that means that we don't lose our noble and upstanding conduct. That we don't lose ourselves to bad behavior, physically, verbally, and mentally. Guard your body, speech, and mind. Continue to behave in ways that are noble and worthy, that aren't degenerate, that aren't harmful, That's one thing, worldly ways. Practice-wise, don't lose your own practice. Don't stop
Dharma 마냥
in the Dharma. Don't let the Dharma.
Don't
Don't get so submersed in the adversity that you can't practice, that you lose your Dharma practice. So then, don't lose your own ground. It means in a worldly way, uphold noble, upstanding conduct. In a Dharma way, uphold and don't lose your practice. And so then this, more than ever, we need to guard and uphold that. Don't lose your own ground. Don't disturb others' minds means don't harm others. Always then with care for what we do and how we engage in actions. Remember this view, we spoke of a dependent origination, then what does that bring? That brings the conduct of doing no harm, which is crucial to this path, that we don't physically, verbally, mentally cause harm to others, that to the best of our capacity, we continue to try to benefit others, to work for the welfare of others, to not harm them. And so don't disturb the minds of others. And so then this also here then is some of my final advice.
Teni sosu mrik chungwatang, gerkaf chungkyub zayate, te tapki karib shekona shek gukore. Te yang teni tapki yakpu goni shek gukore. Akshun maa kher zayge yo mare. Yenna ranga chetok nopap shini, teni paro pola mrgevi semka tokni, paro po nopa maap shet zayge ti rangsuk maa kor zayge yore. Jansi maa chug zayge yore.
So it doesn't mean that we can't take actions to protect our country, to protect our culture, our values, our ethics, but to do so, take action without disturbing emotions, without wanting to cause harm to others. So taking action without harm. And so we can protect and uphold and help and prevent deterioration with noble conduct, with positive actions. In the past, there were many kings who were bodhisattvas. And they were able to uphold a kingdom and all their responsibilities, while including it as a component of their practice. And so not disturbing others' minds doesn't mean don't take action. It means takes action without harming others. And we can do that. Do it with a kind heart. And with a positive intent. And so then these are the kind of final words I wanted to leave you here with today. And I suggest you memorize those lines. Don't lose your own ground. Don't disturb others' minds. And then the final words is called the conclusion of this text, and it says the heart essence of dependent origination laid out in verse by the noble Acharya Nagarjuna. And so that's the conclusion of the text, the third part. So then,
Teni dina la katani de chikshar dokchi son tuje che jawayen de kor kabir pochi te son Julie ngamangi loni ka tsaksam ngala morang shapana vjende mu ngala dandin zo ju son yongrok chi zeni tok tangwo yum kan mori nga trahi chulang la shatala soni gambo baka takbu targin 다와치크 파치 연삼도 샤자 니마레리 비전도 요래 전다 대립시닝이 대립시니 많이 고히 디지니요 되니 타마보 통용 되니 모랑 리지언도 페마트 비역본도 지스이랑 요 되니 토제 체저와 연 Deni lo ni khatsam ge jila munga request chikshi song yang deni ni kapse ki khat terang o deni da wo chi song o deni ta jila ngowa ta molom yak po chi na ro chi konto ngo cha sang yo mara
in ngan sung nan jin cheze mi mombo hako tar de den so And so Rinpoche said that concludes this teaching, hosted by TLC, and initially really initiated by Julie, who is the director of this organization and really the driving force behind it. And she requested that I give this, and so thank you for making that request and this opportunity that I could share it with everyone here today. And as she mentioned in her introduction, Julie met me pretty much, I think it was 23 years ago now. And actually at that time, she also made requests of me to teach at the Shedra at Tashi Choling. And I did go, and I taught there for 1 month on Gampopa's Takpatargyan. Oh, no. Ornament, no, Takpatargyan. Why am I? Jewel ornament of liberation. Jeez. And so I taught that text there for 1 month, and so that's also connected with her. And now, 23 years later, at her further requests, I've now taught this text here, hosted by TLC. And I want to thank you, Julie, for that invitation and for all the activities that TLC is engaging in to benefit others and provide resources for others, and for all of you who have put this on and are contributing to that. And so now, in conclusion, we'll conclude by dedicating the merit and making aspirations. So I guess I have a joke to make. It's kind of true, but it's also kind of teasing. The TLC is focused on the transitional life care for the death and dying. So I just have the final comments. Oh, yeah, okay. So when it comes to dying, death and dying, Rinpoche said, if ultimately we recognize our Buddha nature, then we don't have any death due to karma and disturbing emotions. We're no longer dying. But when we don't recognize that Buddha nature, then we're propelled through the process of dying. And so Rinpoche said, my final advice to all of you is recognize Buddha nature. There's a Milarepa quote about this. Afraid of dying, I left to mountain solitudes. Now I have grasped the immortal state, the citadel of immortality. Now, even if I die tomorrow, I have zero regret.
You guys almost there, I'm hoping.
Okay, so now we'll DJ Langworman.
Oh, yeah.
So now we'll do the dedication prayers.
Satan lam je ontai rabzoni dojen changge kombanyer to jakwar wawo chita kemba ta kondo zambo deya devjen deda konje jiso den lo shir gewa da tamche rabdo tusun shirpi gyarwa tamche ki mowa kanglan jumdo Mandi daki gewi tsawa dukun zambo sheshe raptur ngowargi kanto kipi kewa tamche tori dende topar ko kima takto chudan shakir tsoshe dripi rangwa yopar Teryan lama tamba nipshe jon nyendan zan chula chupar sho chuto nene nyambu don Ni jamso gawar ko chupara tambi chura tonshet Jampan jomla jongara me par ko la chun janto chori me Tamche jamchi sanji war ko pandin jongwi ni chi po tamba Ni pa tamba zimbi jibo Kuze janzan tanjur chi. Okay, thank you.